We're going to get started. Are we ready? All right, we are in round 4 for our yearly budget hearings. Today is going to be HR, City Clerk, Facilities, IT, Finance, City Hall, Capital Fund, City Attorney, and Police. So with that, go ahead and get started. Thank you, Council, again for being here and all the extra hours. Staff, thank you for all you do. This is a lot of work. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Finance.
I'm actually Chief Ingram asked to go first, so we're going to turn it over to him first.
All right, Chief, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. We have an active SWAT call out right now and the farmers market stuff happening with people all over the city, so I just appreciate it. I'll start off by saying thank you very much. I'm gonna make this very brief. You guys have in front of you the entire packet that we presented to the mayor and finance back on April 15th. And in addition to the PowerPoint, that's just, I think, 4 pages long. So, and then feel free and stop me at any point and ask questions if you'd like, and we'll go from there. If you notice up on the screen, I have 96 and 23.3. So why is that significant? It's significant because 96 is the number of the amount of victims less this year than we had last year to date, as of this Monday at 6 a.m. 96 less victims of robberies, murders, rapes, aggravated assaults, thefts, violent crime. That's 96 people that don't have to be prosecuted. That's 96 less witnesses at minimum that have to be interviewed. That's 96 less people that have to go to jail, that have to tie up the criminal justice system that is overfilled here with people. And that's 96 patrol cars that don't have to drive to calls for service and waste gas and all those other things. So it's not just one crime. These aren't just numbers. These affect everyone's lives, day-to-day lives. Why is that significant? Because our city is growing. We've experienced more growth in the last 4 years than in the history of this city. Yet we are still reducing crime by, as of this week, 23.3% for violent crime. Again, those are historical lows. We do that by managing our people and leading our people with technology, with training, and equipping them with the tools and the funding that they need to operate a 21st century police department the way that should be operated. Page 2, or the first actual slide. These are your the city proposed budget. If you have all these numbers already, but if you go to the where it says difference, without any bodies or without any raises or anything that we're gonna be proposing to you, we're already in the hole $1 million. So we understand that. We understand that this is about balance and that we just get it. We see the big picture here. So we're already in the hole $1 million. This is nothing new. You guys have been made aware of this for several months now by relaying. But with that, we're gonna go right into the actual request. So we did a PAM study a few years ago to council where we had a PhD come in here and explain to where we are and where we need to be by 2029. And again, with the rapid growth that we have and the expansion of all these projects and things that are bringing in revenue to the city, we have to keep up with that. So we proposed 17 new sworn positions and 5 non-sworn positions. Those non-sworn are CSOs that will actually help balance our workload and handle non-priority calls so our police officers can go handle those calls for service. And that will put us, as you see, a new total of 111 sworn and 23 non-sworn. In addition to that, we're asking for a 3.5% raise. I think that is pretty standard across the valley, with the exception of Meridian, who's getting 12%. Boise, I believe, is getting around the 12% mark, and other agencies across the valley are getting in those digits. Estimated cost of that is $525,000 to give a 3.5% raise. I believe as well fire negotiations are underway, and that's what the fire department is also looking at as well. Incentive pay, I would be remiss if I didn't bring this to the table and ask for shift differentials for swing shift, night shift. Obviously the specialized assignments. Can we go to the next slide? I'm sorry. Next slide. Thank you. I can do it if. Thank you. Okay. All that's estimated cost is.
Do you want to come up, Captain or Don, and help?
We're good.
You can push your button.
Feel free to sit up here.
Yeah, don't worry. Thank you. So $220,000 for those assignments. every other department in the valley is doing these incentives to recruit and retain the best employees. As of right now, we are significantly behind all the departments in the valley. 2 years ago, we were almost at the bumper of Nampa, and then they pulled away. Meridian, obviously, we can't keep up with them. Boise, we can't keep up with them. But the bottom line is, we have people right now in the organization that are trying to get a collective bargaining unit together because they feel that they haven't had anything for the past 2 or 3 years and are begging for help. So I'm here as the chief to really propose this. It's not unreasonable. We're not asking for 15%, 10%. We're asking for 3.5%, which I think is pretty reasonable, considering other agencies are getting way more than that, and we're gonna start losing bodies to those agencies. If I don't say anything as your department head and your department leader, you can say, you didn't tell me, you didn't tell us. So here we are officially on the record telling you. There's a lot of controversy, obviously, with flock happening in the country right now. Not just Idaho, but a movement across the country. Technology that uses automated license plate readers, like Flock, is a game changer for law enforcement, for public safety, to be able to reduce crime and reduce the incidence and fear of crime. This next slide right here is my proposal, our proposal, to transition from Flock, the company Flock, to bundling all of our programs and technology together to Axon. Axon currently makes our body cameras, and they are the company that makes Taser. That's their company. They designed it, patented Taser. What this would do is this would eliminate our Flock cameras, replace those with Axon cameras, which there's been no drama with Axon, the company. They've been around for a lot longer, for decades. They're a bulletproof company, and it would actually save us some money. I'll show you on the next slide. But it would actually be giving us 4 drones, which are the same drones that we have right now, the Skydio brand drones, which are the best in the industry. They would be giving us AI software, which would really help our officers do report writing. It would give us a chance to have translation in our body cameras. So if they encounter someone that speaks, I think, is it up to 300 languages, John?
It's several, I don't know.
I think there's almost 300 languages that this thing will translate. So if you go up to someone, or an officer goes up to someone at 3 a.m. and they're talking a language they don't recognize, they can just say, speak into my camera, and then the camera will actually translate it back and then spit it back out to the person that they're engaging with. So this technology's been out there for about 2 years now. Axon they got the lead on this stuff. The AI report writing, this would actually help our officers, where this technology gets the body camera footage, puts it into a report. The officers would still have to then go and review it and make corrections if needed. We're not relying solely on AI. That's not what we're trying to do. It's a tool. It's a tool to reduce overtime. It's a tool to reduce fatigue. It's a tool to get our officers back in the field where they can actually reduce crime and home safely. And being able to use this with the prosecuting attorney's office, this is the future. This is where we're going. If we can't get the bodies that we need, which we understand, we have to compromise that with something. And again, it's about balance. We have to use technology to help us offset the body count, because I understand we can't facilitate 15 new, 20 new positions. I get that. So what does that look like? So currently our Flock and Axon contracts combined and Insight is $708,000. That's what we're paying per year for license plate cameras and our body cameras and our tasers and all that stuff. If we bundle everything with Axon as we sit, this is a 10-year approach. The first 3 years would give us a significant discount, and then it would go up after the 3rd year, and you can see the numbers there. It would go to $648,140 for the first 3 years, which saves us about $60,000, and then it would go up to almost $800,000, so just a little bit over the $708 that we're currently paying. But that would give us the best equipment, a lot less drama, a lot less issues that you guys are facing every day. It's still ALPR. We're still gonna have critics out there that don't like, that stuff, but, I mean, these phones are doing much more than these cameras are. So probably listen to everything we're saying right now. So with that being said, this, I think, would be a significant benefit to the city and to the police department. Also, and I don't want to speak for the finance director or the treasurer, but I've been told that having it all together in one check is a lot easier for them to do and process than having all these different checks going out, multiple contracts every year. And so it just makes sense for us and for the city. Any questions on that?
When does the flock contract end?
There's several. We have about 8 contracts, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have, I think, 3 that are up for a renewal this year, and then several through 2028. So 1 or 2 already got paid, is my understanding, but they're scattered out. So the only downside to this, and it's really an unknown, it's not really a downside, is Axon would be giving us about $1.5 million to basically absorb the rest of those contracts, kind of like if you switch cell phone companies, they'll buy out that contract. That hasn't been confirmed yet. We're still waiting on Flock to get back to us, that we've been going around. That's why we pushed this budget meeting to today instead of last week. We're still waiting for answers. But the bottom line is, these companies both want our business, and right now the ball's in our court. The ball's in our court because we are coming up for contract renewals.
So there is a potential then that this other company would buy us out of that flock
Yes, ma'am.
contract? Okay, thank you.
Finance, just to confirm real quick, and thank you for that, Chief. That's
Yes, sir.
very good to hear. If we non-appropriate, right, for future, for Flock, that clause is in there to where we can then make the switch.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, Oscar can talk about it, but any contract that has multiple years should have a non-appropriation agreement clause in there. So the hope would be, if it's run through the proper channels, then it should have that contract language in there. I can't speak for them because I don't have them in front of me, but I would hope that they do. Because they're multi-year contracts.
We'll have to look at it. Non-appropriation doesn't mean that you want to switch contracts from one person to the other.
Yeah.
We'd have to look at it, it's a little bit more nuanced than just not giving money, allocating money in a budget.
A buyout option potentially.
Yes. And this is not a knock on Flock. I mean, they've been phenomenal to work with, despite the political fallout with the company. They've been a great tool for us. They've helped us reduce crime significantly, keep people safe. But, you know, Axon for us is more, it's easier for us to look at in one big picture. Axon owns Fusus, which is our real-time information center. And so it just makes sense to have it all together on the same platform. Basically, the way I see it as, you know, this is like using a Mac computer with like a different brand screen and a different brand mouse. This would put everything together. Having a golf bag with numerous different branded clubs, you know, this would be all the same. And it's just a lot more efficient and effective to do that with.
How long has Axon been doing those types of cameras, LPRs?
About 2 years,
And then how long has Flock been doing them?
about 5 years.
So is there any concern that Axon is also gonna start having problems with information sharing or anything like that?
No, because they actually, so Axon was gonna buy Flock a few years ago and the CEOs had a fallout. And Axon is seeing all the things that are happening with that company, and they're worth a lot of money and their reputation is everything. So I don't foresee anything like that happening with Axon.
Okay, I guess we can get into all of the details later, but I assume they would have the same option of turning off the switches and stuff.
I don't think they have that option to begin with.
Okay,
They're aware of the issues and they don't wanna end up in the Supreme Court.
Honestly,
and just so anybody who's watching, we've turned off the switches,
Yes,
so we've done everything we can with them.
yes.
that's all good.
So, yeah, so Chief, is this a complete hardware equipment change?
Yes, sir.
So everything would come down, new stuff would go up?
Yes, sir. And so this would be for, I can't read it on here, it's too small. 80, is it 85 cameras? 65 cameras, which would be a reduction from what we currently have, but it'd be more ALPR cameras and less just video monitoring cameras. This technology, the ALPR technology, we've had one drive-by shooting in a long time, which is not historically what we have in Caldwell in the summer months. And within 8 hours, we had that suspect identified and in custody without incident or force. And so that was solely due to an ALPR camera or several ALPR cameras. You know, and this isn't the right venue for that, but they're a game changer. This, especially because we don't have the resources, the actual manual labor to go out there and effectively police a community that's growing every day. We cannot substitute this with anything else. I mean, this is the only thing out there that we can do. And so we feel like Axon is the way to go right now, just because we'll get more drones out of it. You know, we're not asking for money for more of those things. 4 more drones, yes, sir. And they're actually replacing, since we're on that topic, we currently have the DJI drones, which Mr. Mayor, I think you brought in several years ago. We can't use those anymore because they're made in China. So Skydio through Axon is willing to give us 4 Skydio drones that are made in the United States to comply with federal law and the president's orders, and that are way better than the patrol drones that we currently have. So the interior drones that we can use to go search inside residences, to prevent officers from getting injured or having to use force or lethal force on people is a game changer. We're talking about risk management, liability control, things that I wish I had when I was a patrol officer kicking in a door. This is a game changer. So,
I just wanted to real quickly thank you for looking into that and trying to find some sort of proactive solution before, it turns into a bigger mess. I know there's still gonna be contracts to look at and information and details and community feedback and all those kinds of things, but I do appreciate you looking into a solution.
absolutely, and I'm willing to do as many workshops as we can to bring people in to talk about this stuff. No one understands it until their kid is abducted or they're involved in a violent crime and they say, are there cameras? Where are the cameras at? No one knows what it's like to be a victim until you're a victim, and that's the unfortunate part. And so, I hate to say it, but had there been one of these cameras or 2 of these cameras when Michael Vaughn was kidnapped, we would have got those suspects in custody immediately. And so that's what we're talking about. The President of the United States was almost assassinated on the golf course, and Flock actually caught the suspect within 15 minutes on the interstate in a different county. So that guy was brought to justice immediately. And so I get it, but this is the future, this is the direction we're going. There are so many cameras out there, Ring cameras, cell phone cameras, doorbell cameras. If the only people that don't have the cameras are the people that are in charge of keeping the community safe, then everyone's against us, and we can't operate that way. Yes, sir.
I was just gonna say, we had 4 college kids in Moscow killed, and the reason they were caught is because of cameras.
1 camera, yes, sir.
I think
On the interstate,
We want crime fighting tools. We just wanna make sure that they're not
100%.
doing something they're not supposed to do. I know when I was dispatching in California and if a kid had gone missing, like even if was just innocent and they just didn't know where they were, we're not talking like a confirmed kidnapping, there were helicopters out,
Yep.
dogs out and everything else, and
Resources.
yeah, when we came here, I was like, well, where's the helicopter? And they're like, yeah, we don't have that.
Yeah.
So I believe in crime fighting tools, I just wanna make sure that we're not violating.
Absolutely. No, and no one likes Big Brother watching. I don't, I get it. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about cameras that capture license plates and that capture vehicles. No facial recognition, no people identified. We still have to go in manually and run that plate and see who's driving that car and tie it to an address and do all that fancy police work, old-fashioned police work. It doesn't just tell us everything about the person. So we physically have to go in and type in that license plate and actually do a full workup.
Well, I think it's worth listening to, like, without obviously making any kind of
Sure.
commitment. We wanna see all of the details and feedback that people have had on it, and again, community input, but
Absolutely. And I'm
interested
open
in
to all
listening
that.
to it.
Thank you.
Council Williams.
Chief, I'm pleased to hear this today, but I wanna be fairly redundant, forgive me for it.
No problem, sir.
Flock isn't the problem. The Supreme Court has upheld that what they do is legal and acceptable. However, this is good news for us. Because of the hot potato that it's become, this is a very opportune time since we're in budget. And not only are you telling me this is gonna save us money, but they're going to buy us out of our contract so that we'll actually be ahead financially. So again, just so I get it in my head right, even if there weren't a question about Flock right now in the community, this would be a smart move to make because there's money savings in it and we're getting better technology and more technology out of it and saving money. Is that fair?
That's correct. So to answer your first question, that is correct. It's still lawful. It's gone to the Supreme Court and been completely vetted. It is constitutional. However, even with them out of the picture, let's just take Flock out of it. If Axon came to us and said, hey, your RTIC is already using our technology, you already have our tasers, you have our body cameras, we have these ALPR cameras, and we can give you 3 more, 4 more drones for this price, and we're gonna give you a discount for 3 years, but the only downside is you have to sign a 10-year contract, which I know historically we don't really sign those contracts that far out. But if we can do that, if you guys want to do that, it would save for the first 3 years, give us a chance to save a little money and then prepare for the next 7 years. And by then, Axon will probably have different technology and they'll keep us updated on that stuff, their hardware.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Just to clarify further, oh, sorry, Counselor Dittmer,
So
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Just on the graph here, it shows, you know, it evens out at just under 8, 2030, 2031. Do we have any guarantee is that like a flat price there forward, or is it gonna go up more?
That's a locked-in 10-year price. So
Okay.
the first 3 years are just shy of that 400,000. Um,
648.
No, he's
That's
correct.
that's the
Sorry.
10-year price, so it's locked in at the first 3 years at under 400,000, then it jumps up to that basically 800, or 8 whatever for the next 7 years. It also includes, and Sergeant Heitzman's here, it also includes some upgrade pieces within that timeframe.
So that's what I was gonna ask too. And at the end of this, do we own, or during this, do we own, or is this more of a leasing? Which is a good time frame, and I appreciate the upgrades, but are we gonna own any of these items?
Some of the items, yes. So for the Skydio drones, it's a 5-year refresh. So every 5 years we get the newest, latest, and greatest drones, and we get to keep those old ones to be patrol based, which are what the 4 X10s are going to be patrol based. So yes,
All right, Counselor Dittmer, I think was,
Yeah, Chief, thanks for being here. I've got a couple questions with regards to Flock, and forgive me if it's kind of simple questions, but just for my clarification and maybe the public's clarification. I look at what we're doing with Flock and Axon like I look with the people who offer me printers in my office, right? You have them 3 or 4 years and somebody else comes along with a better deal and you say, oh, hey, better deal, I'm gonna save more money. And a few years later, the next company comes around and so we're always saving money. And that happens because technology advances, the product improves and they're able to offer it at a more discounted rate. So I have no complaints about trying to switch over to Axon. But some of the questions that I have with regards to the Flock camera and staff, is it fair to say that staffing wise, that the department is probably as thin as it could be? You know, without making reference to the thin blue line, that staffing is pretty thin.
It's beyond thin. It's honestly, if we didn't have this technology, we're about 10 years behind right now in staffing to where we should be.
So that was my next question, and you already answered in advance of me asking the question. If we did not have this technology, our department would not see the numbers that you showed on your first slide.
Correct. That's 100% correct.
And so with regards to the officers in your department, and you know, I'm flashing back to, you know, my involvement in law enforcement some almost 30 years ago. Are any of your officers concerned about Flock, that, oh, if we get Flock, they're gonna take our job away? Is there any officer on your department that says we don't want Flock?
Not that I'm aware of.
And what would, if we were to say, let's do away with Flocks and let's not go with Axon and let's just remove this under some sort of manufactured suspicion of Big Brother, how many officers do you think it would take to just replace the broad reach of the Flock cameras?
As of right now, at least 15.
So you're 17 short plus another 15 if we get rid of the Flock cameras. So really, without the technology, we are 35 to 40 officers short of where this department should be to provide effective law.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Jane, oh, one other question. With regards to changeover from Axon to Flock, and I know there's a broader discussion about budget that needs to take place, but part of our responsibility is determine the appropriateness of every expenditure. We say, okay, we give you the go-ahead, you go with Axon. Does Flock get mad and just take all their stuff? You know, they just come in one weekend in a black van and take everything down, and all of a sudden our city is without any sort of LPR and security. How do you anticipate that transaction going?
I don't think that they would do that, but then again, I don't have a crystal ball. I think that they would be good partners. They've been great partners. And the way we still have contracts through 2028, so depending on how it's structured with finance and how we wanna do that with Axon, my goal is to not have intersections and coverage with a gap. I wanna have full coverage wherever we have a camera to replace those. But we have to figure all the logistics out with that.
Thank you very much.
To your first point and to Council Register's comment earlier about helicopters and all these resources, that's what I'm used to, is endless amounts of resources. You ask for an officer because you're in a fight of your life, you're gonna have 100 cops there, like that, within 2 minutes. And probably some crashing along the way and, all kinds of drama to come with that. So that's how we reduce that risk. We reduce that risk by putting cameras out to help us safely deploy to critical incidents and capture these people without using violence or force or getting injured along the way. And so we won't need to be doing that stuff the way that I'm used to policing, and a lot of the officers that are coming to move here to work here are used to policing. It's just the new way of doing it.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple more questions for the chief. So, you make a good point there. Officers respond to incidents, they respond to things happening, and in the process of responding to things happening, there's a whole bunch of different factors that come into play, the adherence to the law, the adherence to training, and a whole bunch of different things. So flock camera gives you the ability to take a step back, reflect on the situation, collect the resources necessary, and finally resolve something. Is that a fair assessment, or a fair statement?
Yes, and so we had an incident about maybe a month or two ago up on the overpass where a person was trying to jump off and commit suicide onto the interstate, and we were able to pull up that camera in our real-time information center, see it live, and give our officers, our responding units, the actual real-time information on their phone so they could see exactly what was happening and they could deal with that and get the proper tools and the resources ready to go. We also incorporate with the fire department, so when they're responding to fires, they can actually pull up the cameras and see what's going on as well through our drones and through all of our camera systems, which is a game changer for them as well.
Thank you.
Counselor Tomla.
Just a couple quick ones. Reiterate. This will lock us inflation-wise for 10 years. Next question. Will we lose any money, or do we own anything on flock cameras that we're gonna be sitting on them?
No, Flock owns the cameras, is my understanding.
So all the equipment we have, basically, we're not out anything.
Correct. It's their equipment.
Okay. Next question would be kind of an odd one, but will Axion be able to tie in at all with Nampa's center?
Yes.
Be able to work together?
Yes.
Are they on Flock or are they on?
No, they were on Motorola, but all the companies work together. So we've had access to their camera system since 2023, early 2023, which is a game changer as well. And just our current MOU, there are so many law enforcement agencies across the state that actually currently have access to our Flock system, which have been able to rule suspects out or corroborate crimes happening in their jurisdictions, and people might live here or visit through here. Just when the St. Al shooting happened, when those prisoners escaped, we were able to help IDOC immediately and say that vehicle or those vehicles never came through the city of Caldwell. So they can focus their resources elsewhere, not come here and do a big manhunt for those two savages.
So the new system won't affect any of that?
Correct.
Clarify what they have access to means, just so council's aware.
Yeah, so we did the project. So certain agencies have actual search capabilities, and then certain agencies can go in and put information, like Canyon County Sheriffs can actually put in information. I believe Idaho State Police can, but not every agency in the state can just go into the system willy-nilly. We audit that stuff. It's under Captain Thomas. He oversees our real-time information center, and Sergeant Heitzman, who does monthly audits, and Marlin. And so everything, we haven't had any concerns yet. I know there's a lot of public concern with us using the technology to spy on people. There was an incident down in south central Idaho where a sheriff was misusing the system to capture images of his car coming across the bridge that his wife was driving. I don't even have a login to Flock. If I need to, for example, if someone asks me a question, I have people that I can ask to go in and get that information. But you know, bad things are gonna happen across the country. We hire humans and humans are gonna make mistakes. We believe that we have the most robust system and control in place through active leadership and management to prevent any sort of thing like that happening.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, Sergeant Heitzman, it's access to the data, enter plates, or search for things. They're not watching our cameras and things like that in other jurisdictions.
Correct, so certain
Thank you.
agencies here in the Truckee Valley, like Nampa, Boise, Meridian, detectives or analysts, we give them search capabilities. So they can search, add vehicles to hot lists and work their investigations. That's completely separate than accessing our video footage. As well as other agencies in Idaho that are Flock users can have access to our nationwide network.
Okay.
But we don't share with any federal or out of the state.
Just want to clarify what
Yeah.
that meant, so
Thank you.
All right, do we want to move on?
I have a question. I'm very glad that the understaffing thing came up. That is why I wanted this cover sheet that I've been asking for years to try to do that long-term planning. Cause as we grow, if we don't know where we're at
Right.
and we don't know how to plan for that, so I'm glad that came up. And maybe this was answered already, but I'm gonna ask it anyway, just to make sure. If they upgrade their system and it's kind of like with your phone where they upgrade the system and then all of a sudden you have to buy a new phone, is that included as far as the hardware is concerned?
Yes, it is. So there's a refresh for everything, whether it's the tasers, the body cameras, that budget that we gave you, it's a large number. That's for everything, for evidence storage. It's anywhere between 3 and 5 years for most of the tasers, body cameras, whatever is for the refresh. So I know we're on year 2 of our current contract. This is rewriting that for a 10-year contract, and then that would work its way through, whether it's tasers, body cameras, whatever we need. We just got new body cameras, we just got new tasers, and it kind of moves forward in that, if that answers your question.
So, yeah, and then I guess the other question I have is, and maybe this is more for finance, but if there's not a bundle, what's the difference in the cost for the stuff we are keeping?
$1.6 million, a little over, is what they're saving us with this 10-year contract. We have some additional slides. I don't know if it's in your guys' paperwork or not, but we can provide that. Over the 10 years, whether
So-
we went with a 5-year or a 10-year.
1.6 is the savings, right?
Correct. Yeah, the
So-
discount they're giving us.
Do you know what the yearly fee or cost is for the stuff that we're keeping if we don't bundle it?
Off the top of my head, so, sorry, you're saying if we don't switch to the Axon
Well, let's
LPRs
just,
or what's your
let's
question?
pretend like we decide not to have any kind of LPRs at all. And so there's not a bundle with Axon, it's just the
The other stuff outside
whatever,
of that.
whatever it is we already have with them,
It
like
would be the
your body
contract you guys
cams.
already have agreed upon in the past.
It's $345,000 is what it is for the DFRs, and the
EFRs,
tasers.
evidence.com,
And tasers.
Yeah.
tasers.
That
That-
doesn't include the LPRs, but it is the DFRs, the drones and the tasers is about $345,000 a year.
So everything that we have are keeping 345 and then adding the LPRs into it, then we're at,
About another
That's
300,000.
currently 169, correct?
So it's not just the
But
LPRs that
it's the
you're
body
adding, you're
cameras.
adding a bunch of the other pieces that come with the
Body.
body cameras, the
Draft
translation, the draft, the
Report writing.
report writing, all the AI stuff that's also being incorporated in there to help save time.
okay. And then the only, again, I'm not sure if this is the right place for this, but if we do keep something, whether like with Axon, is there any talk in this area of having like sort of like a task force that, like, you know, if there's an officer involved shooting, it kind of rotates through ISP, Nampa, you guys, Canyon County. Is there any kind of accountability outside of the department that we're talking about? I know right now the accountability for the camera stops with you, right?
It stops with us. I mean, we have
Okay.
Professional Standards Bureau, Internal Affairs, we have
'Cause- And we've had this conversation before, like for me, like audits through NCIC and stuff like that, that all goes to somebody else outside the department, right? Whether it's the DOJ or whoever it is that manages all of that. So who is, if there's a complaint about Flock or Axon or whoever, Is there
So-
anything over our department that says, hey, we're gonna audit this?
So that's a good question. All of our technology that we have, including radios and everything, is all CJIS compliant. CJIS is monitored by the FBI. If someone wants to make a complaint for misuse of this system, then they would go to Professional Standards Bureau, Internal Affairs. If it's a conflict, then we would conflict it to another police agency. ISP does a lot of conflicts. But to answer your question, we wouldn't have civilians that don't have access to that be monitoring us. I mean,
Not talking about
Yeah.
civilians, I'm talking about when you have a complaint, if somebody misuses NCIC, there's a whole,
like an ILETS board.
yes, like
Correct.
something along those lines. Has there been any talk of that in this area where, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on what's the name of the team that goes out and investigates?
CITF.
Yes,
Critical
exactly.
task
So is there anything that's kind of coming together like that where you're sort of checks and balances and keeping each other accountable?
No, because not everyone uses this, but everyone can use deadly force. So the agencies that use this technology, the complaint process would be the exact same. If someone is alleging an allegation of misconduct, then we do an internal affairs investigation. And depending on the nature of the scope of the investigation, we can either conflict it out, we can investigate it ourselves. If the complaint is on me, then obviously the mayor would determine human resources where that complaint goes. But ultimately, the people trust us to investigate our allegations of misconduct.
So I think like
We're comparing police shootings with running a license plate. That's what
Well, no, I think that it can be bigger than that. That's why I'm asking. So I think that, like I said, I'm all about, I like crime fighting tools. I want to find a way to support that, but I also want our community to feel safe. So I don't even know if it's a possibility. I'm just throwing it out there. Because I think that if there was some sort of issue that was brought up, if it was looked at, investigated outside of the department in which it's being accused, then we might have more support. That's all.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I came from the most transparent organization in the country that leads progressive policing, like LAPD. So I'm used to this type of environment. However, I think we're comparing apples and oranges. I see what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. But we're talking about using deadly force and then using a tool that's literally no different than having an officer sitting on a sidewalk recording every license plate, in a system. I think to mitigate that, we have to have some trust in our police officers that are doing the right thing and trust the fact that we do have checks and balances to effectively police our own department. We also have the DOJ, we have ISP, we have these other agencies that if there was a serious allegation of misconduct, they would come in and investigate that allegation.
Quick,
All I was asking
Yeah.
was
like
whether
an
or
oversight,
not.
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like I was just asking if there's any talk as this progresses throughout the other
Not at this time.
departments, if there's some sort of collaboration that goes on that says, hey, if somebody complains, you guys look into us, we'll look into you, keep your hands out of it.
No, not at this time.
Okay, that's
Just-
all I wanted to know.
Chief and I could talk about that and maybe
Yeah.
come up with some thoughts to council, that way we can move on with budget, but
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just
No,
feel
no,
like
it's-
that you
it's
may
fair.
get some more support from the community for really good crime fighting
Sure.
tools if you had something that didn't end at
I would,
us.
and for the record, the only people that I've heard not support it are the people that are on DFLOC Idaho on social media. No one has yet come to one of our town halls, our open houses, our workshops during a city council meeting where we showcase this stuff and ever said, Chief, you're inappropriately using this information. So I would encourage and hopefully get your support to encourage those critics that wanna come in, and I will bring them into my station, open the doors, allow them to use the system, look at the system, see how our officers are using it in real time, because I believe that's what we're here to do, is serve our community.
I agree. I think that people should, and they should have those conversations. I just, like you were being proactive by possibly shifting companies, that maybe we'd be
Sure.
proactive by having something in place in case there's,
Or we could,
to help with
Well,
that
well,
trust.
Chief and I'll meet and have a conversation and maybe bounce some ideas off council.
so
Okay.
the last screen, Mr. Mayor, financial summary, what this costs is 2.65 million in addition to the one, so basically 3.65 is the total for the request that we are presenting to you today. Obviously, it's up to you, Mr. Mayor, and the council. That would be for the sworn positions, the non-sworn, the 3.5% raise, and then the incentives for shift differential and those hazard pays and stuff. So that's in a nutshell. Everything's broken down line by line in the thick presentation that you have in front of you.
Thank you, and real quick, Raylan, before we get to questions, I believe there was an additional proposal that you may be aware of now, as far as requests and such was brought up today.
We did add 2 police officers to your budget, so that is the $1 million, that does include in the $1 million deficit, so.
Okay.
There is 2 police officers. I know there's been discussions of whether police officers is the priority or whether to take those funds and use it as an additional increase in pay. I had Councilman Williams request to do some analysis on that, and the difference would be we could do, for sergeants and below, so it's not anybody above a sergeant, but instead of the 2 police officers for budget neutral of those cost of police officers would be about $1.06 increase for each of the TPs that you have, so
Sergeant and below, correct?
sergeant and below,
So it'd be how much, Raylan?
$1.06
On top of the
on
COLA.
top of the COLA, so
So just under $2.
That's if we don't do 2 police officers.
if we don't do 2 police officers,
Give
if
2
that's
years.
the request. It still doesn't resolve the deficit, which is, I think, a bigger conversation, but I think that's kind of, you know, if that was the incentive, the request is to do pay instead of, I don't know what that percentage is, I didn't break that down but yeah, it's $1.06 by each.
And thank you, I can speak for myself and my executive team, I think that we would absolutely support that, foregoing even our raises. We need to make our cops whole, and that's a big problem right now. There was an internal survey that was done by the Fraternal Order of Police about a month ago, and that I was privy to the results of. They were shown to me, 49 people out of our 100-ish employees responded, and an overwhelmingly amount of the responses supported raises over positions. And so I'm here to just say that I think that would go a long way with our rank and file, sergeant and below, our non-salaried employees. Because at the end of the day, all the training that we're doing, all the technology we have, all the great things we're doing here mean nothing if our cops put in their resignation and go to Meridian, go to Nampa, go to Ada County, et cetera. And that's what's currently happening right now in my department.
Those are all good. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Raylan, for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chief, this is really a lose-lose situation, because, you know, I realize everybody wants raises, in our current economy, everybody needs raises. However, every year we don't add bodies, we get further behind.
Yep.
You know, you're at 17 this year, next year it'll probably be at least 20.
Right.
Because our population is just continuing to go. And so, I don't know how these other cities are providing the pay raises they are, because we're all in the same economical situation roughly. What's your manpower now? How many sworn are you down today?
We're at 94 sworn, we're supposed to be at 128 by 2028.
But today, for what you're allocated today, how many are you missing bodies so far today?
We're 86.
You're 86. Okay.
We have, but we're starting an academy in July, so we're constantly filling. And then we don't really have a lot of turnover, thankfully, but we're starting to see the trend shift a little bit.
And we did have one position that was being held, but we
Yes.
moved that forward to go ahead and fill that position. in this
Okay,
budget.
so, yeah, and I'm just, like I said, I completely respect the position of we need more money. This economy is terrible and people are suffering for it.
Sure.
But my big, you know, I'm a fan of the technology, I support that. But just as the fire department discusses, and your consultant, when they came in and talked about people, you know, I'm very worried about getting further behind. And so I'm hoping we can meet some middle ground where we can do some of both. You know, I just, like I said, I don't want, at the end of the day, somebody's gotta show up at the house when bad stuff's happening. And we need those people.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of tenure and experience on this council, this board, and I'm gonna rely on you guys also to tell me what it is that you want, and so I appreciate your comments, thank you.
Councilor Williams.
I just wanna add something to Councilor Allgood's comment on that, just so that you guys are aware, when we did the impact fee study for police and fire, one of the big contingencies of it was, is there buy-in from council to add positions? Because that is the responsibility to keep up with the requirement of impact fees. We can't charge impact fees if we're not keeping up with that requirement of meeting that level of service that we set originally. And so from all the previous budget meetings, obviously, I told the consultant that was something that was going to be a goal. Council was planning to do that. So just as a perspective, just so that you are as aware, I know it's a fine balance. 1 year is not necessarily going to get us off track, but it is something that I think the impact fee committee took that buy-in, understood that, the consultant took that buy-in, understood that, so just as a perspective as well.
Raylan, one of our challenges is compartmentalizing these budget workshops.
Yes.
Take me back to last week where we were talking about a fire, what do we call it?
Police and fire levy.
No, a district, thank you. We were talking about a fire district and you said one of the things that could help if we went that direction was we could make police whole.
Yeah, I have a scenario in my packet that I figured I would talk about later this evening. So I do have a scenario to show you how I would do that if that did happen.
So will that, I appreciate your desire to run this your way because you're our financial director, but now that we're here in this discussion and looking at these lose-lose scenarios, is there a way for this to be a win? Do we just have to wait and see? I guess
You can pull it up.
I will defer to you if that's your
It's-
decision, but we're in it right now.
The two-pager should be a two-pager separate from the big packet. On the front of it, it has like the levy rate, has property taxes. So on this first page, I haven't got numbers from the county. I reached out to them to see if I could get numbers. They had some turnover. Currently, they're kind of scrambling to get us the information, so I don't even know if I'll have it on July 9th, but this is the preliminary. So to kind of start from the left-hand side, to kind of go through that of what our base is, the 3%, so 31,783,636, that's our base. That is the highest of the last 3 years, that's how we start that calculation. The 3% is the inflationary factor, that's the 953,509. The new construction is a estimate. So this number could very well change based off of it, but that is based off of the information that I received early in April from the assessor, Brian Sender, and same with the annexation. So those numbers could change, but the total budget you'll see is 34,290,457. We're really close to the max budget of that 8% cap. We haven't hit it yet, but if annexation's higher, we could possibly hit it this year. That could be a conversation we might be having. So that's kind of where that calculation, I just wanted to briefly go over it. It's helpful to get the values to have that more actual. Also, the foregone discussion, I wanted to put the actual numbers of what we could take in foregone if that was council's desire. I do not have these amounts included in the budget, obviously, but these are conversations. For 1%, which goes into our ongoing base, the amount that we'd be able to levy is an additional $317,000. If that is something that you guys wanted to do. There is always an option to take a 3%, up to a 3% capital, but that is only one time. So it doesn't get levied into our base, it's just to add cash into our cash. That's what it does to fund a capital project or something to that. So right now we do have over $3 million in foregone that is available. It'll stay there, doesn't mean that we have to take it, it's just a number of property taxes that were not levied in previous city councils. So just as a refresher, because I know I talked about this previously, this is the current allocation for property tax of where it's at. So general fund, which includes police and fire, is getting 27 million. Library is getting 1.5. Street fund has a reduction of that 500,000. Airport has the reduction because of the decrease of positions. So you can kind of see those increases. It's a little bit. I did the left chart this morning. I didn't update it in the budget because it's still estimates, so the revenues haven't changed in the budget. So, and then we have like an exempt, which doesn't go towards the 8% cap, which is our fire bond. So that number, I separated that out because that number is just separate, doesn't go, but it is property taxes that we do levy. So that's the first page. The second page is, this is the one that we look at every year, is kind of general fund. So this is kind of an explanation of what I would do and kind of the movements. So as my recommendations would go is I would reduce our transfer out to the capital building fund. I would not do that. The reason is because yes, there's a priority to move money to the capital building fund, to prioritize the airport tower, to prioritize the library building. However, in this case, because I would know that there would be some cash flow needed in fiscal year 28, that would be needed for fire as they transition to the new district. I would not do that transfer. I would keep that money in general fund. That transfer could happen at a later year in 28 or 29. Doesn't mean that cash it just means that it's being housed in general fund instead of the capital building fund. I would reduce the property taxes to fire by 1.6 million. That keeps what fire got as property taxes last year. So not an increase or a decrease, it's just what we levied for them last year. And then I would move 500,000 back to streets. I would move the property tax amount to police of the 1.1, which you can see the differences. So I've already, in this proposal, because I didn't do it in the budget, just in this worksheet, I did those moves. And then I would use one-time funding of 2.3 million to fund fire to get them through the end of this fiscal year of 2027. That could be, we know that I understate investment revenue significantly because that's one of those ones I can't always guarantee on, but that would be a revenue source to use on the 2.3 million of ongoing revenues. Doesn't necessarily mean that we have to dip into reserves because we still do have additional above the reserves that's available. But this is taking into account that no other budgets changed or nothing was canceled. So the only thing I would reduce is that transfer. So that is how I would do it in the budget in 27 to prepare for fire becoming a district, if I was to do that.
Now, I'm sorry, may I?
Yes, sir.
Complicating your life even more with this proposal of needing $2.5 million, chief, my TV went off. 2.65 million dollars. Does this get us anywhere closer to that?
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
The ask is
Oh,
$2.6 million, dollars,
that is not included in this budget.
right? So
So-
how close can we get to that with your reworking of this with this project?
I would only have that additional maybe $69,000 to really do that. This includes the 2 positions, so we would be able to do that $6 to give the sergeants and below increases or the 2 positions, but much more than that. When you really look at our property tax, we levy $34 million. Out of that, general fund is getting 27 million. If police's budget is 22, where is the remaining going? I get police ask, I understand it, but where is your priority on everything else? Are we wanting to fund streets and give them library, all of those? And so that I can reallocate all the property tax so police does get 22 million. But that means streets is cutting projects, cemetery is raising rates and cutting personnel, parks is cutting personnel. The capital fund, parks is, I mean, you're pretty much defunding parks because we would move all the capital fund, which is all their replacement equipment. Airport, that's another one that we would raise lease rates and it would be fully lease funded. So if that's the direction that council wants, is to make those special revenue funds that get a portion of property tax, portion of sales tax to be more fee driven, we can move it that way to fund police at the $22 million. But, you know, there's gonna have to be some drastic decision making on that, if that's the direction that council wants me to go. The indication is we didn't wanna see significant increase in fees. So that's not happening on all fronts. You know, and so I just need to know that direction if that's something that you guys want to do.
And these are the hard questions, because at some point, we've got to get caught up. We can't continue to be the city that says we're 20, 30, 40 police officers behind. We have a pathway to get fire situated. Somehow we've got to figure this out.
I would put the blame on the state legislature. Every year we do property taxes, we will fall further and further behind because of House Bill 389, every year. I get the goal of what they were trying to do. I appreciate the state legislature and their authority, but they handicap cities so much that it makes it to where we cannot just provide regular services anymore. There is not a way for me to say, this is the easy button, or this is the way forward, without making drastic changes or policy changes that you guys want. Whether that's shifting, streets is hard because there's no alternative funding source that I can say, let's raise a fee for streets. Parks is hard because we're gonna raise recreation fees, but how do you supplement a swimming pool? The fees are like the max that they are. So where's that money coming from? That's coming from sales tax and property tax. So I get that there is hard decisions to be made. I'm not saying that you guys have an easy job, but at the same time, if those hard decisions are that you want me to shift property taxes, then I can raise all the rates, I can increase the revenue that way, but there are gonna be discussions on layoffs as well.
Counselor Hogan.
So I'm looking through this, and this is why we hate to lose you, because you're just do such a good job, Berlin. But it says increase property tax by 1.1 million on this second
Oh,
page.
yes,
Can you
yes,
tell
so,
me how
cause
that
I'm
happened?
reducing property tax of, in fire by 1.6 million.
Yeah,
And so I would increase police's to 1.1, and I would put 500 back into streets.
okay, and so these numbers here, they do not include the 1% ongoing or the 3% one.
That is correct.
Okay, so, I'm not for cutting these other agencies. Police is extremely important, but everything is just going crazy. I'm not for cutting anybody. However, I like a lot of what you have here. I mean, I could buy into a lot of what you have here. But the big question for me is, because we're all gonna be sitting at this table next year having the same discussion again. Are we kicking the can down the road here, or are we addressing it? I mean, next year, you know, where are we gonna be next year?
So here's the thing, is that if I do these moves, there's two scenarios that could happen that I see. The first one is fire becomes a district, which means that their budget is no longer 2028, it's not gonna be on here. So it will not be part of the discussion. And at that point in time, there are some risks to the city. Obviously, the levy rate's gonna drop. We're gonna have a decrease in property tax revenue because we're going to be giving up that 9 million, dollar for dollar, that 9 million that we set aside for fire. But we'll still have new construction, we'll still have the 3%, we'll still have annexation come in. But because our levy rate is going to drop, it is going to be a different calculation. So it's not gonna be this 3.4 mils levy rate, it'll be half that. So, you know, when you're doing the calculation, you're just gonna get half, you know, less new construction, less annexation. So that's one scenario. The other scenario is we do this and fire does not become a district. You guys vote on it. At that point in time, there's a lot of risk. Because now we've funded fire with one-time funding, and we made police whole and we made streets whole, but we are now short $2.3 million to start off in fire. And we know that we're gonna have to fund the rest of those 12 positions that we have budgeted this year for 3 months. So that is another scenario that there's a lot of risk in that. I'm not saying this is the best answer or there's one answer that's the right way, but there is risk if fire does not become a district, that this could set up to be very difficult conversation. And my recommendation is if we did this and fire did not become a district, go for a fire levy, 100%, because that would be the only way to get out of this scenario.
So, and just so I understand it right, our base levy rate is 31.7 million.
Yes,
If the fire were to leave, that drops by 9 million.
yes,
We'd be down to 24 million or 23 million. And so if we took the extra 3%, now we're getting 3% of 24 million instead of 31 million.
that is correct. Those are impacts because, yes,
Is there an urban renewal aspect to this? How does that affect that?
there is. So, with urban renewal, so what ends up happening is that because the city's levy rates drop, urban renewals increment funding will drop as well. And so we'd have to ask fire to opt in to the urban renewal districts that they're in those areas to help offset that increment. They are not required to opt in, but they can, which then part of theirs would be, but that would be a discussion item as part of this as well, because yes, it would decrease the urban renewal increment because the city levy rate is dropping significantly.
When I said this was a lose-lose situation, I didn't realize how accurate I was there. Yeah, this is, yeah. So, thank you, I appreciate it.
And just to further clarify, this is if the voters approve a police and fire levy.
Yeah, voters would have to approve a police and fire levy. Fire going to a district is a separate process.
Yes. Real quick, Councilor Static, and then.
Just to preface my comments, I'm the senior guy on the council, and I think I've got Mr. Allgood beat by about 2 months because of his Percy retirement, right? Anyway, I agree 100% with what they then said about the legislature. That's one of our biggest problems, because we're just not collecting what we need to run a city, and they seem to think they know how to run a city better than we do. And I've complained to Mr. Betke and especially Mr. Moyle. He's a real thorn in the side relative to how a city should be run. And I think, and hopefully Councilor Allgood would agree, that we're still suffering from sins of the past here too. Number one would be impact fees. You know, when we looked at impact fees, we were so far behind on impact fees. And there were sessions in there where we hadn't checked them for 5 to 10 years. And now we're trying to catch up. And then when the developers are on that board, what they tell me is that, gosh, if we increase impact fees based on what you folks need to run the city, you know, we won't be able to sell homes. Well, I told them, you prove that to me, and that hasn't happened so far. Nobody's come out to me and said we can't sell any homes because of impact fees. Again, then you ask yourself, what's more important, police or fire? And I'm not trying to diminish fire at all, but if there's a fire and there's say an active shooter within that particular area, who has to come in first? Police do, right? So there's gotta be some priority there also. Regarding the cameras, I think, I can't speak for Councilor Register, but I think all we're asking for is checks and balances, just like we do in anything.
Absolutely.
When there's an investigation. Again, in the past, going on my experience, we were the training ground for both firemen and policemen way back when, right, Chris?
Absolutely.
As soon as you got them trained, you know, they served, 2 or 3 years and they were gone. And if we don't do something about that, we're gonna wind up with the same situation. And I don't want that to happen either. The collective bargaining thing, I know all of you probably got phone calls from a certain person regarding that, and that just scares the heck out of me, because once that bargaining unit is formed, and I was against the firemen's, by the way, a long time ago. Once that's formed, they're gonna expect about the same increase that Boise gives and Ray and everybody else. And based on our current figures, we can't do that. So what happens then? Do they just, we don't have police then? You know, I mean, you gotta ask yourselves that question. Again, impact fees are way behind. We're still not caught up as far as I'm concerned. The fire district, you'll never convince the people over at Napa that was the best thing to do. I know I've sent you some figures regarding that and the rest of these people too, on how much more it's costing them. And being on the 5C committee, Concerned Citizens of Canyon County Committee, I saw the numbers and that doesn't look like an alternative either, but you know better than I do on what to do there, Mrs. North. So, foregone taxes, you know, again, the previous administrations didn't wanna do the foregone deal at all because it makes them look bad. You know, that's all that's to it. But when the legislature deals as the cards that we've got now, sometimes we have to use those foregone revenues, you know, to make this thing work. And as far as residential and commercial and taxes, and this is another good reason when we're looking at this year's budget and next year's, why this Brooks project is important, because we've got to have more commercial and industrial in here, otherwise we're gonna get further and further and further behind. That's just the way it is. Until the people realize that, we're gonna be suffering every doggone year from not having enough taxes, period. Because you can't expect the homeowners to carry the burden, and that's exactly what's been happening over the last 9 years that I've been here. So, I'm done. Thank you.
Good information, Counselor Stoddard, and thank you for that. Counselor Register?
Yeah, just a quick, so I also kind of have the question about impact fees as to when they were last audited and whether or not that was something we could look at as well.
So police and fire were just updated in this last January. Traffic was updated the previous year. The only one that's currently outstanding is parks. It's not been updated since 2020. And we are working on a master plan. Once the master plan is updated, then we will be getting the consultant to update the impact fees for parks.
And then the other question I have is about property tax. So for years, since I've been on the council, we've been told if we just keep approving building and keep approving, that eventually growth is gonna pay for all this and we're gonna get all this property tax and we won't have these problems. And I realize that it takes a while because they have to do whatever it is that they do, then build, then get somebody in there, and it takes however long. At what point does all of these projects that we've approved, if they all come to, like, when do we start seeing that?
So it's really a timing thing. So if you think about when a project's approved and say that they put a house on there, the house, depending on, if it was approved in January, it's not gonna pay property taxes for another 18 months. Because property taxes are levied based off at the end of the year. Like, that's how they're levied. So if it's not on the tax rolls the previous year, it's not going to get levied for that fiscal year. So we're always a year behind, about between a year and 18 months, essentially, to start off with. On top of that, with property tax, so new construction, so if a house is valued at 300,000, we're only getting 90% of that value. We're not even getting 100% of that value in the calculation of adding that to our budget. We do get it when they spread out our budget and calculate the levy rate, it's 100% of the value. But when we add that calculation, so it's the value times the preliminary levy rate, that gets us the addition for our budget. And that calculation is only 90% for new construction and 90% for annexation.
So basically, all of the residential that we're approving and being built is not actually paying for itself in the long run. So question, going off of what Councilor Stoddard said about, because the idea of having more commercial is because they use less services, right? So they pay more in taxes, less services. So do you know what the current balance is between residential and commercial right now?
So the last year it was about 35, 65, I believe is what it is, close to 60-40, it was right along there. I asked Brian Stender to, when he gets the updated assessments finalized, to send me the updated one. I haven't got that request yet.
So 65 residential, 35 commercial or so, and where
Yes.
where should it be to have a healthy balance?
I have asked people that question. I don't no. Like, I think I would recommend talking to Dan. I would talk, our economic development director as well as Robin. They might have a better insight of what a community for our comp plan should be. Cause I mean, from my history, I've asked several people, I'm like, tell me where it should be. What are we looking to do? Cause I don't know what that should be 50-50, should be, I could not tell you.
Yeah, cause I feel for the, you know, like with the Roger Brooks plan, and if we do some of those projects to help with the commercial, like, where do we have to be, you know, to balance it out with the continued approvals of more and more and more and more residential that's obviously not paying for itself, and now we're struggling to pay our police with increased growth, so,
All right,
thank you.
we're gonna ask a couple more police questions.
Just
for
one more
council.
comment, really. If we
Comment.
take the 1% ongoing foregone and dedicate it to police, because fire we're dealing with completely differently now with the district idea. We could go a long way in salaries with 315,000. Then the flock Axon agreement could move forward because it's gonna be a cost savings and still continue to meet needs. But yeah, we've still got some room to make up, I know, but let's talk about that 1% foregone. Makes up quite a bit of that 525,000 right there with 317,800. We're closing the gap.
So, Mary Lynn, I've got a question and a comment first, and so maybe, you know, following up with the question. We hear over and over again, I've heard for many, many years in government that today's taxes never pay tomorrow's salaries. Never happened. That's why we're always sitting here chatting about what we're collecting today isn't gonna pay for what fire and police and everybody else is reasonably asking for next year. But the Axon contract is a 10-year fixed contract that we know the cost for the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely known, and that helps to budget, right? So that helps to say, okay, for the next 10 years, we have this much of an obligation. So there's a couple of ways that we can do that. We can say, oh, there's a little bit of surplus. Let's make sure we fund this a little bit with a future transfer and fund it kind of like what we're doing with the capital building fund. We're trying to fund something that we're not obligated yet for the airport, but we know it's coming, so we're gonna fund it. We could do stuff like that. That's definitely an option. We know it's coming, so we can say, we're gonna transfer, you know, $1 million every year for the next 5 years so that this is funded for the next 10. You know, so there's options like that we can do with that.
So where I'm trying to go with this, and I appreciate your explanation, and Chief, you can give me that nod, yes or no, or whatever. If we know Axon and the cameras in our city, which are doing a good job, are a fixed cost that we can reasonably say, these are the costs, it's a no-brainer not to continue with that for the future, because it's a fixed cost, and tomorrow's taxes will pay for tomorrow's Axon fees. And 2029's taxes will pay for 2029 Axon fees. Is that correct? Is that a fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're really dealing with now is the request for personnel and the request for salaries. And that will be the hard thing to swallow.
Yes, sir.
Just so you know. But back to my original comment, is where I'm going with this. We're spread thin. You'll have to live with whatever personnel we give you. Simple as that.
We're cops, sir. We do, the mission's always the same.
But
We pivot.
the technology is critical to making you survive.
Yes, in the 21st century of the way things are going, and absolutely, 100%.
All good?
No,
What else, Councilor Tillman? Anything else? Is there anything else, Raylan, with this discussion? I'm gonna take a break after this, but,
Please? No.
okay. Okay.
I guess the big thing, and I think as we go on with the discussion, I'm sure the chief would like to know as we finalize, because we do have the two positions in there and trying to figure out the priorities. And so, you know, at the end of this meeting, I'm gonna be like, what would you wanna do? So,
What's that value for the two positions?
they are,
210.
yeah, they're, yeah, about
Add that to
two.
the 317, right?
So, and I don't know, I guess the 525, the 3.5%, did that include the COLA or is that not including the COLA?
No.
So that amount might be smaller if we include the COLA and try to get to the 3.5 because,
On the COLA and the two positions, we might be at that 525, we're
Yeah.
close.
I mean, that's, I'd have to run the numbers to see, but I mean, if you give me what you guys are wanting, then I can kind of put it in the budget. Obviously, I've heard that technology is a big one to move forward with. Which will move some funding around because right now the DFRs are in the capital fund, so.
And I'm with Counselor Allgood entirely. The further we don't add bodies, the further behind we get. But I want to listen to what they've said. They've come to us and said, don't give us two bodies, give us the increase.
Well, Councilor Ogden, I've asked for 17 bodies and an increase.
I understand, sir. Appreciate that.
But,
Would balance
yes,
between pay
but
and
it's all about
bodies.
balance, correct.
Yeah, and then potentially new tech package. So general nod for,
Yeah. Can any impact fees, police impact fees be used for the new technology?
So I know when we were putting in the DFRs, we asked the consultant if the drones would have been eligible for that new technology and they told us no. And I think that's because when we originally established impact fees, they were not something, so kind of like if you have the easiest one is parks. If you have a swimming pool, then impact fees can pay for another swimming pool. But if you've never had a swimming pool, impact fees can't pay to add a new swimming pool until the city funds one, and then once the city funds one, then they can add one, so.
Okay, but Raylan, on that note, we now have drones.
So there might be, I
Part of
mean,
it could be used with impact,
we're adding one more,
right, but we're also with this contract adding 3 more.
Correct.
sorry,
So
yeah, the additional.
could part of that state that we are adding to what we've already funded? We're adding swimming pools to what we already have as a swimming pool.
I'd have to talk to the consultant, which we already have to because the RTIC build out was underestimated in the impact fee, so we're not collecting fees for the full true cost as a RTIC build out. So we're gonna have to bring the consultant in to update that anyway. So this could be something that there's potential for some coverage of impact fees, maybe not 100%, but maybe like 20 or 30%. So we can definitely have that discussion and see if they become eligible, so.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for all you guys do. I know you've had a lot of things going lately. We appreciate your guys' action and your constant crime fighting and problem solving across the city. So thank you for your presentation.
Appreciate it.
And,
It's my staff.
We can get a win-win.
Help me out, so
Yes,
thank you.
staff are amazing, so. And, yeah.
Thank you.
Money wasn't an issue, you'd get everything you asked for.
I'm sorry?
If money wasn't an issue, you'd get everything you
Oh,
asked
it's
for.
okay.
Yes.
Was that a bad dad joke?
All right, let's take a 10-minute All right, we're back from break. Thank you. Got police taken care of. And now we're gonna move on to the next.
Yes, so I don't really have an order, so Michelle, do you want to go?
Oh, I lied, it's not
Oh,
finance.
oh, you can do finance, that's fine.
We can do finance.
Finance.
All right, we're gonna move on to finance.
Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yeah, clicker.
Do you have the clicker?
Oh,
See, color, a little bit of color on the.
that's just the PDF though, I don't know. What move? It's not
Are we doing? I don't know.
Just click again. There.
Okay. Together, He's gonna do great.
Do we wanna start with Jose and get him out of here?
Oh, do you need to get out of here? You wanna get out of here?
Well, yours is always like 30 seconds. It was like,
I'm gonna try for 30 seconds this year.
okay.
I'll go fast, and then you can be next. All right, so I'm here to present the finance budget and the utility billing finance budget. They're kind of managed overall by the finance department. The finance department currently has 10 full-time employees, and the utility billing department currently is made up of 7 full-time employees. There is an open position still in the utility billing department for a customer service rep at the front line. Entry-level position for cash receipting. Our mission is to support the city departments through accurate and reliable accounting, budgeting, and other financial information, as well as ensure compliance with federal, state, and local regulations. We provide oversight, assistance, and training in financial stewardship for the city departments. Some of the accomplishments that we have had over the last year. We transitioned from lease query to debt book, which is our debt and lease management software. We have over 350 leases with the airport. We have about 10 to 15 probably long-term software programs that we have to track through this software. And we also have our new equipment lease program with Enterprise that tracks the GASB requirements for accounting in that software. And so we were successful in converting over to DebtBook, and it has created a lot of time savings within the department. DebtBook is a more efficient software. It's faster, and some of the features in there are a little bit more robust, and it's created some efficiencies internally, and it was also saved us about $10,000 a year in software costs. We also updated the city procurement policy as well as the city travel policy. We started implementation of our new utility billing software. We are currently in implementation right now. We're hoping to go live at the beginning of next fiscal year, so October, November timeframe. There shouldn't be any difference to the look of the utility billing invoice when it comes out. We're going to try and keep that as similar as possible to what we currently have now. But all the account holders will have to create a new account if they have an existing account. So we will be dealing with announcing that to the public and making sure we're prepared to ensure that everybody is aware of the transition, because there will be some uptick in calls related to that transition. We completed the City Health Trust and the City of Caldwell and the Urban Renewal audits with no findings and a clean opinion for fiscal year 2025 during the 2026 year, this year. And we have about $53,000 in rebates received from the P-card program. Through that program, we receive a rebate for usage on those cards. We're expected to have at least another $53,000 in P-card usage for 2026. We also have a savings projected of approximately $157,000 a year, and that was a transition that we made. That's a savings in bank card fees for credit card processing fees on the merchant end. With our current Citizen Serve software, which we use to charge permits to individuals that apply for permits throughout the city, we decided to have individuals pay a 3% fee and bear the cost of that instead of having the city bear the cost of that. So it transitioned the cost to the customer. We do offer e-check, which is free, so if they have a checking account, it doesn't cost either of us anything, so they still have the option to pay electronically. But if they so choose to pay on an actual credit card, they are having to bear the 3% fee, which is saving the city about $157,000 this year and potentially another $50,000 next year. So overall savings of over $200,000 from that transition. Over the last year, Finance Department has issued 9,800 vendor checks, reviewed and approved approximately 16,900 invoices, reviewed and processed 5,400 payroll checks, created and issued 72 purchase orders, and 60 bank reconciliations collectively for the City of Caldwell, City Health Trust, and Caldwell Urban Renewal Agency. The Utility Billing Department reviewed and approved approximately 300,770 cash receipts, as well as managed the invoicing, collections, and maintenance of 25,700 water service accounts. And I put those numbers in there just to kind of highlight to you, you know, we're busy. There's a lot that we do. There's a lot of, you know, it's not really paper anymore, but a lot of processing and reviewing of expenditures that are coming in, cash receipts that are coming in, checks that are going out, and there's a lot of checks and balances that we do to make sure that we're following procurement policy, travel policy, fixed asset policy, and ensuring that we're doing that all within GASB regulation and compliance, and making sure that we're recording the data so that when we present information to you in the budget and on the financials, you can ensure that those numbers are accurate. So now we'll get to the actual numbers on the budget. So for the fiscal year 2027 budget, in the finance division, we are actually seeing a decrease in personnel costs. That is due to a removal of a position, which you guys have been emailed about. And there's an increase in software costs of about $267,000. That is related to our new ERP system. Its first phase took place this year with the utility billing software implementation. Next year will be the second phase to bring on the finance side of it. It's a software called GovSense that we're transitioning to, and we are essentially moving away from Springbrook and going into this new software. A lot of that cost is going to be one-time implementation costs. This year, currently, we paid about $120,000 in implementation costs to get started on the utility billing side of it. Next year, we're going to be paying the remainder of implementation, which is about $60,000. Then we're going to start implementation of the finance software, and that's going to be an additional $130,000 in implementation costs. Once we are done with implementation, those costs will reduce. We will also see a reduction in our existing software costs for Springbrook. And there's also some softwares that's kind of tied into payroll as well. And Michelle might touch on that, but we have some increases in software coming there because we're hoping to get a human capital management piece. And so collectively, all those software costs, all those softwares are tied together. Utility billing, finance, HR, those are all part of the financial ERP systems. And so we'll see an increase in uptick, but next year we won't have the one-time costs in 2028. And we will also slowly start to see the Springbrook and the existing software costs go down. So the overall cost increase, ongoing cost increase for software implementation will be about $55,000 to the finance department. And so that's why you see an increase there in software. We started implementation this year for utility billing, so you'll see the increase for software took place in the previous budget, so fiscal year 25 to 26. You'll see that's where the uptick in software took place. We're still seeing existing software costs this year as we move into implementation with utility billing. And again, those two will drop in 2028 and 2029 as we start to regulate and get back to just using the existing software that we are transitioning into. There wasn't much change in personnel for utility billing. We actually see a slight decline, and that's just because of the way we budget. When we budget for, if we have an open position within the budget, we assume they're going to be taking the most cost to the city in benefits, because we don't know what they're going to have benefit-wise. And so last year, we did fill an empty position, and the benefit cost came in a little less than anticipated, which created an overall decrease, even with the COLAs and stuff that have been input this year, so. And then lastly is an organizational chart, so it kind of shows how we've structured things within the finance department. That I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that. Council. Councilor Denver.
Michelle, I have a couple questions for you. First question is, and you kind of alluded to it when you first started off, how much walk-in traffic is utility billing doing? And do you see a transition to people doing online paperless transactions? Can you talk a little bit about that, because it does affect staffing needs?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. I also forgot to mention one other item in relation to that aspect. We are seeing a decline. Most of our foot traffic is during shut-off. When we have people coming in to pay before we get shut off, we send out several reminders ahead of time, and so we see a bit of an influx right before that time period. And then during shut off, once we have shut them off, we see again, some foot traffic to come in so that it can get turned back on. Outside of that, the foot traffic ever since COVID has been significantly declining. We do have it set up. I think a couple years ago, I had it so that when someone signs up because we have a lot of new accounts that we're adding to, we're increasing our homes. I want to say it's on average about 800 to 1,000 accounts that we're adding a year to our utility billing. And so I made a feature so that it defaults to only get an e-statement, and you have to click a box if you want it mailed by paper. One thing that I'm looking to hopefully provide additional cost savings on is we're paying about $180,000 a year right now in mailing statements, and that's a lot. And so when we transition to this new software and into the new fiscal year, one of the fees that's proposed in the water fees will be a $3 paper mailing fee. And that is simply to reduce the cost. It took the number of accounts that are currently still getting mail papered, which is about half of the utility billing accounts are still getting an actual mailed statement, and divided that by the cost, and it came roughly to a little under $3. And so this will help recoup that cost. If they transitioned and decided to get a e-statement instead, we would obviously not charge them the fee. So this will recoup our costs and or help incentivize individuals to get a e-statement fee, so that way we don't have to spend the money to send out a mail paper statement. Although the option will be available, I'm trying to offset that cost a little bit. I think a lot of people will hopefully transition. Just half of them transitioning would save, the city approximately $80,000 a year. So, and that would also help in paying for these additional software costs for this new ERP system, and more if we can get. So that's my goal, is to try and get at least half of them converted over and do send out some mailers and some information to kind of let them know, that that's going in, and if they want to not pay that fee, they can log into their site and switch that over. But we are seeing a lot less foot traffic. More and more of our payments coming in revenue-wise are through credit cards, and a lot less is being mailed in, paper checks and stuff like that. We have bank bill pay, credit cards, pay over the phone. A lot, I'd say 70% of it is probably 75% of it's received through some kind of electronic payment format.
And the other question I had, in just a couple times over the last couple of years, I've heard comments by one of you three ladies, well, we're trying to maybe do our new software may improve our payroll system, or new software may improve this, or is anything that you talked about improving the payroll system, and is it part of that?
Yes, so the new software will create huge efficiencies and create even more of a paperless environment, which is a big efficiency internally. There's huge efficiencies with the human capital management piece. Right now, a lot of times if you want anything changed in payroll, you gotta fill out a piece of paper and then that goes through a process of approvals and updating a system. Whereas this, you put it online and then it would automatically go to an electronic approval. Once approved, it would just update in the system on its own. So you eliminate a lot of those little steps. In utility billing, one of the things we're trying to do is connect to GIS, and so doing our service requests and our turn-offs and turn-ons electronically so that the techs can use their mobile devices. Then they just get a list and they can just say done, and as soon as it's done, and there's not this, right now we have to use Excel spreadsheets, assign it to the techs, mail it out to them, physically identify when they've turned it off. There's lag times in between people paying and when they can get out there and shut off. And so it will create huge efficiencies interdepartmentally. That's one of the reasons why I haven't filled the frontline position in utility billing, because I'm hoping that with the efficiencies that the software brings on, that we can may not have a need for processing cash receipts and stuff like that.
So I'm gonna let you answer that question, but just a general comment to my, fellow council members. I ask these questions because it is very clear that this department is using technology to drive down costs. And if the city can embrace more technology to drive down the cost of human beings, I think we ought to be moving in that direction, and I applaud you, so really.
I was just gonna say, if we did not get the software, we would be asking for at least one personnel. And so we looked at it as like, okay, we're gonna implement this software and look at efficiencies in the personnel, looking at their job duties and seeing about consolidating and revamping that instead of asking for more personnel, so.
Part of it, just knowing the payroll process alone and what both of our teams go through to process payroll. I mean, my team spends 3 to 4 hours every other Thursday stuffing envelopes for pay stubs. So you can't access your pay stub electronically right now. This will be at the fingertips of every employee. Quarterlies, I know quarterlies and end of year documents, the system that we're going to is a giant upgrade. I know how much time I used to spend on it. I see how much they're spending on it. That's going to help efficiencies so that payroll can be a lot more efficient and maybe open them up for some time to be able to do other things within the department to help with the workload on the P cards and other things, so. But I'll talk more about it in my presentation as well.
Counselor Tillman.
Just real quick then on that same topic then. Looking at 200-ish thousand in software costs right now, one-time fee. What's the ongoing after that?
So the ongoing increase in finance is $55,000.
Okay, so we're at an additional 55. What would an employee cost? Roughly what, 80, 90?
With benefits, at least 80, 90, yeah. Finance usually has, they're in the level 4, level 5 positions, and so, yeah, at least for one of the lower entry level positions.
I'm just trying to add up in my head what the difference is between the 55, 80 on top, possible COLA. And you're looking at what, saving maybe 30 a year, it's gonna take what, 8 years to pay off just the software upgrades?
So we've had our current SpringWorks software for over 20 years. So, I mean, when we needed software 3 years ago. This was something when I came in, I recognized it. And we have been talking about software for 3 years. We did a deep dive in, we demoed so many softwares and looked at costs. There was many softwares that we looked at that were 3 times the cost, that had much more features, that could have done a lot of things. And so we looked at what did the city need, what would be the most cost-effective way to get that while still providing efficiencies. And so, looking at it and saying, okay, where is this benefit? And I get what you're saying, like the return on investment. I will say between the reporting and the efficiencies within finance and payroll, you're gonna save at least over $100,000 a year. Between those two things, between the consolidation, we're gonna have one system instead of, I think when you count them, there's probably 7 between HR and finance that we use right now to do everything that we do. It's gonna be consolidated into one. I mean, that alone, to have all one information database to house all the data and have one source of truth is going to be fantastic.
Don't get me wrong, I
So,
I'm totally for the software. It's more for public knowledge of when they're starting to see these numbers of 200,000 floating around and what's it gonna cost to put an employee in, what are we saving? I'm trying to make sure that everybody understands that we are looking at being fiscally responsible, both short-term and long-term.
100%. And that was taken into account in the decision-making, which is also where I identified using the P card rebate program would come in. That's about 5,000, and that's on the low end conservatively. And it continues to increase as we have more vendors come on, and we purchase more as a city, which every year our expenditure budget increases. A percentage of that increases in P card purchases as well. And so as that grows, that rebate will also grow. And therefore, we'll have that ongoing revenue to come back and offset. So that doesn't go directly to the finance department, it does go back to the general fund, but it's all part of the big picture. And so that cost is coming in and helping reduce the cost of the additional software program. And the $3 fee that we're charging is hopefully going to more than offset the cost of the utility billing portion of ongoing costs. So those were concerns that I took into consideration when making all of those decisions.
And correct me if I'm wrong, potentially as we build out our city, need to add more staff. This consolidation of software, not having to spend so much personnel hours transiting information back and forth could negate needing as much staff in the future because we're gonna have this better software, which also
Absolutely.
helps with retention and happiness.
I don't foresee us having to ask for another finance position. If the software does the efficiencies I want it to do, I could potentially, my payroll person, I will have a half-time position open right there, which I already know how I would utilize that. We have a lot of needs in the department, they're not going away, but it will allow us to not have to ask for a position next year and maybe even the year after.
I was just gonna say, I think most of us, you know, like human beings in the seats, right? Like we like to give people jobs and all that kind of stuff. So I never want to get to a place where we're replacing people with, you know, stuff. But I do believe that we have to catch up and get organized and remove the duplicates and have all that kind of stuff. And that may be something that we do this year and then, you know, continue to keep in mind how we can best then utilize employees so we're not fading them all out with computers and softwares and drones and whatever, you know, because we, you know, I just want to, I think what I want to do is acknowledge the value of the positions and the people and all that kind of stuff while we're trying to put it together so it makes the most sense.
100%. I think the big shift is that we're gonna move from being data, our staff's gonna no longer be data enterers, and they're gonna be data analysts. And so they will be able to say this, instead of them looking at typing in the data and just processing forms by typing in the data, they're gonna be looking at invoices and have more fraud detection opportunities to look at that, to make sure like we go through so many invoices and so many things, and we talk about fraud, we talk about all of those things, and we can catch as much as we can catch, but this gives us more options to catch all of that if that comes through. Duplicate invoices that maybe we now have to try to collect a refund for, all of those things. The system will only do so much, but our staff does that with reporting, looking at just different opportunities where maybe we can consolidate a contract, things like that. Proper contract tracking of costs to make sure we don't go over the contract billable amount, the not to exceed amount. Those things don't necessarily get done unless it's on a manual basis. And so now we will have a software that will allow us to do those things and our staff the ability, instead of just entering invoices or entering timesheets on payrolls, like they now will have the ability to actually analyze the data.
And we have a great staff, so.
I appreciate that, and it makes sense to me too, like I think we should do whatever it is that we have to do with that. I just also want our community to know that we're not, you know what I mean, that we're just not replacing the whole city hall with, you know, robots or whatever, and that they will continue, you know, and that we continue to value our employees and everything that they do. And this just makes more sense right now, and then eventually that may lead to more specialized positions that will help even more.
100%.
Council. Thank you for that.
That's all we have.
We should go into that
Uh,
next.
Let Michelle go since she can talk about the same software.
Oh.
one you got. I don't have many slides.
No, it's HR.
Since we're on the same topic. No, you can kind of just skip through. I mean.
Moving on to human resources for those listening in.
I mean, my team hasn't changed in the last year. I'm grateful to have all the same team. So yeah, I mean, our employee numbers, I actually have been saying a lot less than this every time the mayor asks. And so when I actually put the numbers together in preparing, was like, oh, it's a lot more than I actually have been saying it is. So our current employee number is 473. That's not any of the vacant positions we currently have. This is current employees on our payroll and clocking in, clocking out. So we're at 473 total, and it's growing. So this is why I am also asking for some better efficiencies in my department instead of asking for more staff, and asking for a better software update for us. So our areas of responsibilities and support, they are still, a lot of them are the same. Some of them grow and change, and we add some more every year, but we continue to just keep adapting to the ever-changing workforce and what our job duties actually need to be. Budget. So my personnel budget actually had a slight reduction as the year prior. We hired somebody in that was making a little bit less than the previous employee that had been there for a little while. But the operating costs in this year's budget have increased because of the addition for this software. But this software addition and adding into the budget is also a one-time fee of $30,365 for the implementation. But I will also get to lose in the next year's budget 4 other systems that are currently doing what this one system will do, which will decrease it again another $35,000. So the ongoing costs for my part of the system will be about $36,000 each year. I recognized immediately when I came in our inefficiencies in HR because we are on paper everything, and we had to have 5 or 6 systems to do everything in. And so I wanted to do this last year, but there just wasn't enough time to demo, as well as I wanted to really align with finance and what system they used. Because yes, I could go with any HRIS system and we could figure out integration where you export, import, but I wanted something that was seamless if that was possible. So I kind of joined in on all of their demos, and we found a system that had both. And my team was very pleasantly surprised with the seamlessness of them talking to each other real time. We change it, or the employee goes in and changes it, and it immediately goes straight over. There's just review. There's a review catch that we would still have to review the stuff going over. And so that's how we ended up with the system that we're going to be going with. In addition, we're currently already using the time card system that this platform has. So the employees' logins will remain the same. They're just gonna have a new dashboard when they log in for their time cards. It will be their entire personnel file per se. They can change their W-4s right there, their direct deposit, their address. We get alerts so that we can go in, make sure everything is seamless and push it through. But the data entry, the room for error, all of that goes away, which is a lot nicer than all the amount of manual entry that my team does every time somebody makes the slightest change in benefits or whatever that might be. Because the current ERP system is very clunky and archaic for sure. Our reporting is a nightmare to report through. And with the amount of public record requests we get of wanting data and wages and hire dates and all of this, the reporting system is very user-friendly and not as clunky. You can to be whatever you want it to be. I also will appreciate the retention data that I'll be able to, like literally my dashboard will be our turnover, our hiring, departments. I'll be able to see all of that and track it a lot easier, which is helpful to see kind of as staff comes and goes. And we have the ability to actually track why people are leaving or where people learned about the jobs that are coming in, where there were referrals or which recruitment sites. Which is helpful because right now we have one option and it's they're either hired and active or they're terminated and that's it. Those are our only two options in our system, so there is no tracking electronically. So that will be very helpful for us. I think, I mean, to Counselor Register's point as well, it's never, I think when you implement a new software or system, it's never to replace staff. It just shifts their duties. I went through an HRIS system implementation at my last job, and in the end, it just shifts duties. The duties change throughout what's needed. And so in the end, yes, there'll be less data entry, but that'll free them up to be able to do different duties that have come up that we're all just kind of shuffling around. Leave management is a huge one. FMLA leave, work comp leave, paid parental leave, all of those things take a ton of time to track, and this software system has all of that built right in. So it will just allow a little bit of a shift because my workload is overflowing. So it'll be helpful to be able to offload some of those things to others, but right now they're maxed, so I feel like I don't want to add anything more to their plates, so this will be helpful.
So for example, I want to give you guys how we update COLAs, because COLA process is it's huge. So you think about, oh, you should be able to upload it. No, we have to go to every single profile. So in finance, the budget person creates what the COLA is going to be, whatever is budgeted. And then we give that to HR, and HR splits it because we have 400 plus employees that they have to now data enter that in for every single employee. And then Destiny, our payroll, has to go verify that everything is accurate and entered correctly. So can you imagine the number of staff hours of happening? Like, that's not just a couple hours, that's hours upon hours. I'm like, that's multiple days that to get everybody updated and then to get it all processed. But it has to be done in like a 3-day time frame because of how payroll works. So hours that need to be crunched down in a hurry where mistakes can happen. And then if people's pay are affected, that can create, so it's a lot of pressure on HR and finance to get that all done. And the hope would be there would be something that we could upload or have it
literally can just
transition.
enter in if it was 1.5%, you enter it and it just applies it where it needs
So,
to go.
all of
And
those, like,
we would
type
just do a
of-
quick check versus.
Yeah.
And the same at end of when we do our open enrollment for benefits. That's I mean, the current system that we're using now is also clunky, that then our broker sends us a spreadsheet, which then we have to go through and go like line by line, go through every employee's work. When the employee goes in and makes their selections in the system, it will just pop right into payroll. So yes, there's a lot of efficiencies. And in HR, we have not added a new position since 2023. So for the last 3 years, they've had 4 and it's stayed with 4. So we shouldn't have to ask for another staff for a while, for sure. I think this will create a lot of efficiencies within my department. The next slide really is just a little bit about the UKG Ready of what the HR platform is for us, but that's really all I have in this year's budget.
Counselor Tillman, thank you.
Yeah.
Michelle, just real quick, I mean, I think, got some of those, so we're spending 30 grand upfront to get the new software. The new software is 36,000 a year ongoing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is the current 3 or 4 softwares combined? What are we spending a year on those?
So let me go back up. The 30,000 is just a one-time implementation. That's just to get us set up. On top of that, the actual system itself is 87,000.
Okay.
So this year, that's why there's the 102 increase, because it's the one-time implementation plus the actual software.
Okay.
But then we'll lose the one-time implementation next year, but the other 4 systems is 35,700.
Okay, so the 36 is the ongoing of what we pay right now for the other 4 systems.
I just subtracted out what we'll lose, plus I subtracted out the 30,000 implementation, and so the ongoing would be the 36 going forward.
I'm just trying to see how much we are going up a year ongoing. So we're going
We're
up
gonna go
about
up
50.
36, well, we'll go up 36,000, so we'll go back to, I think my budget before used to be like 80
Right, no,
something.
when we get rid of the other 4 softwares, the cost difference between what we have going on a year right now or ongoing a year and the new one is about the 36.
Yes.
Ongoing is what we increase every year.
Counselor Allgood?
Yeah, would you, talk to us a little bit about employee evaluations and ongoing records keeping?
Yes. Well, evaluations, the system also has an entire module. That's why I'm also kind of have held off this year, knowing this is where we wanna be. I don't wanna create something to then have to recreate a whole nother. This system will be ready and built, and we can set it up even by department for evaluations to be tailored specifically to their duties. Cause it will have all the job descriptions, and we'll take the job descriptions and create evaluations from those. So it will be a huge help to kind of like the AI piece of creating performance evaluations or job evaluations for us. So that's kind of why I ended up holding off this year and knowing where we were at budget wise. We had a discussion of, since there's not probably gonna be a merit increase this year to be based on, then let's kind of just pause and let this system not waste time.
So we're not doing evaluations currently, or we have a antiquated, what are we doing today?
So we have the old performance evaluation that the previous HR director had created. Some are still using that one. Some are just individually meeting with their staff and kind of just typing up notes and having discussions with their staff on their goals, their challenges, how things are going within the department. Because I encourage them to do that more than just annually. I think it needs to occur more frequently than that. Staff generally won't come forward with stuff. So I encourage them to meet more routinely and just document the things that they go through, and then we can just keep that in their files.
One of the issues we addressed years ago when I was with the police department was you work for this supervisor and something happens and you change to a new supervisor, you kind of get a clean slate because this stuff was not being forwarded, it was not being tracked. And I mean, years ago, they implemented a system where you could go in and make your notes and then they would transfer to the new supervisor as the employee moved. But it seems like we have never really progressed. As you very well know, the whole thing with good and bad employees is records keeping. And my concern is I haven't heard anything in a long time about how we're records keeping employees, and those employees are being continually tracked. I mean, I had employees that were not great employees, but they were successful because they just kept moving supervisors. So, my concern is, in all these years, it doesn't seem like we still have a system where we're keeping track of employees' records ongoing, so that when it comes time to get a pay raise or a promotion, we can go, wait, this is an issue, or this is a great employee, or this employee is something besides the last 30 days that we remember.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
I know PD has a good system that they do keep their supervisor notes, those transfer over. I have, since coming in, implemented more of a process when an employee is interested in moving into a different department or a different job throughout the city, that their current director, the hiring director, have a conversation and sit down and we look through and like go through personnel stuff and have that conversation, because what was happening before is the hiring director was just then hiring staff but not actually talking to their previous director or to HR for any of us to bring up, hey, here are some concerns, issues, just so that you're aware, so that it isn't, I mean, it's not a clean slate, it is, but it isn't, because they just they should be aware, it should be a transparent when an employee wants to change departments.
So will this new system have the ability for supervisors to
Absolutely.
to maintain records
Yes.
farther than their memory?
Absolutely. And I'm very much a proponent when a supervisor comes to me with any questions, concerns, compliments, praises, document it, let's put it in their file, like, cause right now that's all we have. But the system will have an entire module that can be dedicated to keeping track of.
Just to clarify, you've been working on looking at an evaluation system
Yes.
that pay performance and such. We weren't able to get it into the budget this year, but that is hope immediately shifting after this to look at that, especially if we were to gain the technology, be able to do that and, you know, implement the exact things that you're mentioning.
cause I had started creating one a while back, and then it was, as I was trying to get through it, I mean, it was gonna take a lot of work to get with each department to kind of to tailor them specifically, and then when we did this demo, and I was like,
And
that the amount of work that this will help with, let's just pause.
And the director's work was to make sure that, because each department's different, right? So we wanna see different things in there. And that was her shift, but that was a significant amount of work to tailor in between each. So hopefully, with the blessing of council, we're able to implement this, it'd be much easier to tailor that to the different departments, strengths, weaknesses and such, and the job duties that they have.
The other piece that I really like about it is the applicant tracking piece of it. So like when you post a job and applicants apply, you can see the history. So if they apply, I mean, NeoGov has a little bit of that where you can see that they've applied, but you can set it so that other departments, so if a hiring director in another gets an applicant, they can click on it and say, oh, this one applied for 4 other jobs here, and can see if they were interviewed or not. They can't see the details. You can set access levels, but then they can come to HR and say, hey, I'm kind of interested in this. Why didn't somebody go forward? And then we can, but it tracks all of that into the same system, which is really nice. And then once you click the hire button, it gets the offer letter ready. You can have them do a lot of their onboarding stuff before they walk in the door, even sign up for benefits and all of that, so.
Counselor Stoddard?
I know, Michelle, you and I had the discussion when you first came on board, and part of my complaint, one of the many, don't review people's performance enough, you know, like once a year to me was terrible. The other part of it was because we didn't have a system set up that as long as you were part of the good old boys club, you got a raise no matter what. In the past, everybody get a COLA raise, and then they got another 5 or 10% on top of that, not even based on performance, so I hope we can correct that.
My goal, once we have the performance evals in place, is you have to train and coach those who are filling them out, what the expectations are of the city. And that way they understand not every one of your staff is probably going to get, if you're scoring them between 1 and 5, not everybody in your team should be getting 5s. Those who stand out and who are your hard workers.
Yeah, and I hope we do it
Those
semi-annually instead of annually, or even, you know,
Yeah.
depends upon if a employee's performance is pretty bad, then you need to do it quarterly, you know, so.
Duly noted, thank you, Counselor Stoddard, we'll take note of that. Counselor Williams?
Michelle, before I ask my question, I want everybody in the room to put anything you can throw at me away.
Oh, good.
The worst case scenario would be layoffs. That's what we just never want to get to the point where we're so far in. I have a question about FMLA.
Okay.
We have a very generous FMLA program here in the city of Caldwell. How would you compare that to, how's this gonna be a good question? It's already a bad question. Are we in a situation where we're perhaps spending more money on overtime and salaries because of how generous some of our benefits are? And is there a way to forecast maybe in the years to come how we might save money so that we don't get to the point? Glad I'm getting a nod from somebody. She didn't throw anything at me, but
Or she's prepared to.
is there something we can look at in the coming years? It's not something for this year, but is that something we can look at?
So FMLA is federally regulated. We have no control of that piece, but what we do have control of, which Oscar and I have identified, and that is my goal and plan before the end of this calendar year, is to change how our periods are looked at. And the city currently has it as a calendar year versus a rolling 12 months look back. So currently, staff can take FMLA October to December, and then again January to March. When you have a rolling look back, in the last 12 months, they should have a 12-week.
Right.
And that's how every other agency has it. I've never seen it like that, but our city does have, I guess that could be considered the generous piece of
Thank you.
it.
That's kind of what I
But
was looking for.
yes, our rolling, and that just makes it fair, because to hold a position for 6 months is hard when you are stuck to a budget and you can't hire when you have
Right.
somebody out for a 6-month period at times. but we're trying to help navigate through that.
Right.
So yes, our plan will be to change that. I think we have to post it 60 days prior, so we'll get something out into council because it'll be part of a policy update.
Perfect, thank you.
We maybe have a meeting here soon.
Yes, so I've got a question. I'm gonna move ahead to another document. So on this document here, it has a bunch of stuff on it. About the fourth line down shows that the human resource budget went from 596,000 in FY '26 to 729,000 this year, which is a difference of 135, which is different than what she reported as her 102,000.
It'll be on your performance evaluation.
So
I'm
that'll
like,
depend
what?
on when Michelle grabbed her numbers
Oh, out
versus
of
when I
OpenGov.
grabbed my numbers, cause mine were most updated this morning, cause I updated every time before budget council, I go through and I update the admin budget and I update the cost allocation plan, and so all budget numbers change at that point in time.
Oh, and I think we
so-
also realized the HR houses the intern budget for the whole city. And I think we realized yesterday as well that that wasn't added in, so that may be part of it, but yeah, when I pulled my numbers, they're changing. I even realized numbers I had pulled like a month ago changed from like when I did it a week ago, so.
So our budget changes, it's very live data, we keep it live all the way until July 24th. So
Your
that's kind of the number. But I would bet the biggest change is gonna be, in this is gonna be COLA, health insurance, and the software. Those are the three things. I know Michelle said there was a decrease, but when you take into the interim budget, it's most likely an increase, so.
Council? Once, going twice. All right, thank you. You wanna take a quick break or jump to IT?
We can go to IT.
Very quick, right?
It is always quick.
It's in order.
I heard 30 seconds, someone said.
The IT budget for 2027. Overview, we're providing support infrastructure for every city department, not just IT. Reliable, secure services every day. Connectivity, we're providing fiber connections, the network, Wi-Fi keeps all facilities running. And we're supporting everything electronic on the network. It was implemented here recently and more taking advantage of it, which helps us to address issues throughout the city. Cybersecurity, protecting residents' data. And systems, there's tech behind the payments, residents' services they're connected in. Accomplishments for this current year, we replaced 200 plus devices and activity to Connor, which this past year was implemented. Aside from that, we've also provided the connectivity for the 3 drones that were in place, currently being used now. Thing we did do with Ray Lynn was standardizing as far as when we're replacing devices. 5-year replacement. Yeah, expanded the fiber footprint. Streamlined processes. Security policy, implementing Threat Locker, which pretty much our budget for 2026 is 836,000. It's personnel operations. Switch from the PD this past year. We had a honor to accommodate the fiber that we installed. Issues and challenges, well, service demand. Devices, more employees on the network. Any aging infrastructure that we currently have in place. And security, meeting federal inflation and supply costs, which change. So that is an ongoing issue. Proposed budget, unless the numbers have changed. $1,398. 5,000, that's mainly increasing. The city.
Can you explain real quick what a switch is?
There are 6 different departments. Each at 621, which is building services. Where's the other? Treatment plant.
What they are, I mean, some people know they're not a switch, they're
No, it's
sophisticated
a
device.
network connectivity switch. Each one's 48 ports, provides connectivity for each department. They're end of life, so we have to replace them. Those were moved to individual departments so they could cover those costs. And my last slide is just our department. Currently have an already decided to go back to school.
Thank you, council.
So is Orion still providing our base support?
They are. Have them contract. If we replace them, we're gonna per 3 positions at maybe 100,000 apiece.
And there, it's been in the past anyway, they've been very good about not increasing their fees a great deal.
Correct. Have not yet. Surprising, because if we go out to bid with the new contract, I guarantee you that's gonna come back at least double as to what we're currently paying. So
And so you're not asking for any more personnel this year?
we are not.
Councilor Ditmer.
Yes, so I'm looking here through your little, you know, overview, connectivity, device support, cybersecurity, and public-facing systems and everything. So in preparation for the police department budget tonight, I was just asking them simple questions about how many flock cameras do we have, how many cameras do we have, and this and that, and they rattled off a bunch of numbers. We have this many of this and this many of this, and less the 13 at City Hall, and so how many cameras do we have here at City Hall, and are they no longer being managed by the police department?
They were never managed by the police
Or
department.
they're managed? And so when you manage those, how is that data kept and stored?
It's stored on locally on the recorders at each building.
So you have DVRs here that record them?
Correct.
I was just wondering.
But they were able to monitor those from the Arctic before, weren't they, Jose?
From the Arctic.
The real-time information center at the police department, they had access to the city hall cameras.
They haven't had access.
They
They've
never
never had
were able to view them in their center?
Exterior, correct?
The exterior cameras.
Are they still?
City Hall.
I don't think they've access now.
Has that been restricted or is that their choice?
Well, before, I don't think they ever really requested it. And now with their FUS's system, we're working on getting them access to patients throughout the city.
Because
Axon fuses, correct?
Correct.
Because your question is similar to mine. When they gave me the numbers and they said less the ones that, so there was some sort of, at least from my limited knowledge of how the camera systems work and interconnectivity of systems work, that at one time they used to have at least access to or some sort of monitoring of the cameras here at City Hall, and they no longer. Is that a non?
I don't think they really ever had access to monitor the cameras. Now, when they brought on Axon buses, there was supposed to be a device that they could place at each location. To my knowledge, that hasn't taken place.
Okay, all right, I was just.
Yeah.
They have access to the exterior? They said they did.
Why don't they?
Plug in the box for the exterior cameras?
I don't think that, well, so
We should grant that if we don't.
But I just kind of follow up on you guys, but I'm going crazy here being silent.
Sorry.
yeah,
We're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on security upgrades and the police can't see the cameras in City Hall and they're right there. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why we have a monitoring system over there to monitor the entire city, we're not monitoring our own City Hall, but we're gonna spend thousands of dollars doing upgrades for security. And I mean, I'm not in disagreement with the upgrades for security, I think we need it. But I would think the police department being a block away with cameras would be a priority.
And I think about the biggest threat to probably city staff would be here at City Hall. And to be able to plug in and.
Yeah, so I'm just not understanding the confusion is whether we can monitor or whether we can't.
My understanding was we had access to the external cameras, but we can follow up with that.
you know, we did give them the IP addresses of all the cameras that we have throughout the city. No, I think it's the boards or something that need to be worked out for them to receive the feed from each location.
Yeah, I'll follow up. I was in there several weeks ago getting a tutorial on it, and I was told they had them and then they don't. So
The
I don't know.
exterior or interior?
I'll follow up to find out, but whatever they had, they don't now,
Okay.
and it
should
was
still have the
shut
same
off. So
access.
I would
Yeah.
insist as a part of our approving these upgrades that we include that in there.
And if that costs more money, then this probably is something we ought to know about.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
the
take a
first night I
look,
heard about the
back
whole
to,
upgrade
my
too.
understanding was they had external, so we'll go back and look at what they have and don't have.
And I had a couple.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So who is monitoring the door cards and giving those door cards now?
Aside from IT,
Well, I mean, citywide. Does IT do them all citywide, police department,
we do
everywhere?
not handle, for the most part, issuing the police department.
For the most part, they do their own?
Correct.
But for the
We do
rest
have
of the-
access to view.
Okay, and for the rest of the city is your department?
Correct.
And then last question, I know is a terrible question. It just, me and Counselor Tillmont are on the finance committee and every month it just blows my mind how much money we spend on cell phones. Is there any light at the end of the tunnel on reducing the cost of what we pay for cell phones every month?
Well, we did receive a cost reduction.
We did, and so 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half, we had a discussion. It was actually before Lieutenant Wright retired, so that time frame. We talked about switching from AT&T to another source, and they were willing to give police and fire phones for zero cost. There was zero monthly cost. That was the trade-off. There would be about the same cost for all the other city phones, but zero cost for police and fire. And we talked to police and fire and said, please tell us how much you use the AT&T network for the, what is it, the Priority First or the FirstNet?
FirstNet.
How much you use the FirstNet? Is that a necessary thing? And they told us it was a requirement on their cell phones. And so because of that, we renegotiated, and for most phones, it was between a $5 to, I would say, a $15 decrease, depending on if they had data, depending on if they just had voice, like it just depends on what they have. And so that was the best that we could do at that point in time, because police and fire wanted to stay with FirstNet. And so that's the decision that we made. Even though the incentivizing was, we could have gotten all their phones for free, which is a significant amount of savings. But they said they needed FirstNet, so that's why we did not make that
FirstNet
change.
is the priority contact in case of a disaster.
Yes.
And at one time years ago, Jose, we had researched the possibility of having voice communications through our vehicle computers. Did that not come?
Well, that was a whole mesh network throughout the city that wasn't really cost effective.
So Raylan or Jose, maybe this is along the same line of questioning and same line of concerns. Using my own lens and my own filter for my own job, every once in a while I see our cell phone costs and our data charges, and I get upset. And then I realized we were using excavating equipment that required cellular communication. We were using other data devices that required the transmission of data that drove those costs. What other equipment or do we have? I mean, we have officials in the field that are surely using electronic communicative devices for efficiency for themselves and for the general public. I mean, so this isn't all just cell phone stuff, it's other data efficiency stuff, is that correct?
100%. Yeah, we went, I would say earlier this spring, I did a full audit of all the cell phones and asked everybody for each of their departments, identify the phone, identify, if you have, like, do you really need all these services? Do you really need data? Does this person really need data and stuff like that? And so every department emailed. I know, like, when police did it, they found a couple that were duplicated and they were able to shut off those lines and stuff. So there was good savings through that. But what we found is a lot of departments, like engineering is the biggest user. They have a lot of iPads and a lot of things that are out in the field that are connected wirelessly. That is not just a cell phone. So because of that, that also needs a connection such as a wireless. So those costs are additional lines. So,
I sometimes get sell that.
We have a number of, the treatment plant does, their pumps, and they each have that modem, but I think they're going through Verizon. To replace each one of those modems was like 1,100 people. Said at the time that would not work with our current system, so we just left them on Verizon, so it's completely different.
See, I've got another question about our card access system now that I'm thinking about it too. It's obviously essential for security, which is what you're providing for us by managing that system. Who has access to the data of who's using their cards and when? And is anybody besides IT monitoring door access?
IT and police department has access, there's a few of them, that's it. No one else has access.
Right. No reporting or nobody requesting reporting of any of that?
I mean, sometimes HR,
Oh,
if I'm in the,
right.
if I'm helping with an employee or personnel situation, sometimes
An employee will ask for, well, not an employee, a supervisor will ask as far as
Counselor Register.
No, I don't.
Sorry, that should be Counselor Stanek. Thank you.
Yep.
Take a quick break. Let me go finish out, or, all right,
do we do Oscar and then we'll take a break and then we'll do me with
Yeah.
all the other departments?
Oh, and Christina.
Oh, yeah, Christina, sorry, I didn't mean to forget that.
I don't have to go.
I
all right,
guess we
let's,
can,
whoever's next, legal.
Thank you very much. Oscar Class, I'm the Caldwell City Attorney. This is a second chance to do a budget presentation. So a lot of what we want to do and talk about in here. I do have the presentation to hand out to you, but I haven't given it out yet. I thought maybe I'd try to capture your attention a little bit more on the screen and we could talk about it and I'd hand it out afterwards. The city, here's our overview for our mission statement, our organization purpose, and our community priorities. And I know it's a little small and it's hard to read, but I wanted to put this quote from Abraham Lincoln about nothing else but the best reason of wise men applied for ages to the transactions and business of mankind. I take that to mean the law isn't what Oscar says, the law isn't what a judge says or what Google tells us, but it's something that's cumulative through our society and who we are. So when we talk about the law and what we're doing, we're really transacting across our society to figure out how we should be structured and organized and work as a society. So what I really wanted to draw out in all our statements, in that second bullet point, we talk about creating practical legal solutions. And that's something I'm really proud of our department at the city attorney's office, that I think we have attorneys and paralegals and staff who were dedicated to not just saying yes or no, usually no, but we're dedicated to trying to find some practical solutions to the problem. Our client is the city, it's the organization of the city. And sometimes that's at conflict within the city between different departments or different places, and sometimes it's not, and sometimes it's, boy, we really want to help you find a way to move forward, but we can't do it this way. Is there another way that we can do that? So I think I take great pride in that we're able to bring practical legal solutions. I think I received a nice compliment recently that our office isn't what you expect from typical attorneys' offices, that we're actually have a sense of humor and are easy to work with. So I was very happy to hear that. My wife might disagree that there's a sense of humor. Core services, again, is kind of our list out there. What I really wanted to point out again and draw out is we really try to focus on what the city needs and where we protect the city. We really provide internal services, we're internal facing. We have had a few, since we moved to City Hall, a few walk-ins for folks that were looking for help with their probate case. And unfortunately, we had to turn them down and tell them that although we are the city attorney's office, that doesn't mean that we're open for anybody in the city to be able to use. The other part of being an internal facing legal department is, I think, when I hear all the accomplishments that other clients in the city have made over the year, I share a little bit of pride in that because we help facilitate those to the extent we can. If it's a contract review, if it's looking at different policies, if it's just answering some one-off questions, we're able to do that. So that's the advantage I think that we have now with having legal services having moved in-house, is there's a lot more opportunities for us to help and enable other departments and throughout the city. Show and tell time. Last year at this time, actually we weren't even this far along in the progress of changing the exercise room into the legal offices. So here we are. And those one-year accomplishments that we've listed out there's a whole bunch of them. Again, I just want to draw out that I think we've been exceptional. We're still working on it, but building partnerships and building trust. Also just kind of building that, and it works both ways. We're building it with the clients, and the clients are starting to get our trust also, right? And just working on that, being able to communicate and being here at City Hall really helps with that. We are able to help accomplish goals, but we're also able to hopefully avoid that panic feeling in people's stomachs of that near nausea when something happens, that we've been able to foresee that and cut it off or think about it a little bit. Over on the right side there, the accomplishments in numbers, I think what pops out to me, a lot of that is the contracts that we're able to review. And these aren't numbers that are up to date. I think these were toward the end of March that we put those together. So 107 contracts that have able to have legalized, pass through it, and try to talk about things at 1,100 minutes. And I know we're not seeing all the contracts in the city yet, and probably don't have bandwidth to do all of that, but to be able to reduce risk just by being able to see the contracts has been, I think, is something to draw out. We're going to talk about public record requests a little bit later on. Contract review, I said contract reviews, collaboration also is what I wanted to highlight on this slide. And I think there's some real world examples. We have great collaboration with the clerk's office with public records request. I don't know why my voice is shaky, you guys aren't scary. There we go, that's better. Clerk's office, and then in the community development department, we were recently able to talk about a land use application, come to a solution about a mediation which hadn't been done before, and I think was successful. Human resources, I think there's a well-beaten path between our offices. We're able to ask questions of each other, try to plot out things that need to be planned and addressed appropriately. So a lot of great collaboration, I think, has taken place over the course of the last year. Some people might note that we've been working on tripling our budget for legal over the past year. I might disagree with that, but it would be on there. So our workloads and challenges. Again, I know that's pretty small to read, and it's I even got to put my cheaters on to look at it. What I wanted to highlight on this and come to is our public records requests. It's a big segment of what's happening for us, and it's not a complaint or disparagement. We are committed to transparent and open government. We're committed to being able to help clients answer public records requests. But I don't know if people realize, so when we say FOIA, FOIA is not something that we have in Idaho. We do not have a mini Freedom of Information Act. And in some ways, I wish we would get there because we would have a much longer time to be able to do turnarounds on public records requests. Right now, if we have a requester from in-state, we have an automatic due in 3 days, 3 business days, which we can extend to 10 days. And I'm very proud of our team that we don't go past 13 days. I can't even think of an example of going past it. There may be a few that will get there if we have to ask for payment on things, but we are very, very good at being able to get things out. When I hear around the valley how long it can take for other requests to get out. But it's a heavy lift. It probably takes Jackie, the paralegal for us, 75% of her time is probably taking up on reviewing emails, checking, and some of that's just to see what's responsive and what's not. And so you have to do a level of, does this respond to the request? And you have to do a level for seeing if there's possible redactions. Every document that we have at the city is a public record. That's where you have to start. And then there are some exemptions to those public records that don't go out. And we try to train and help the departments do that. But if you don't do it every day, it's difficult. But it does take a significant amount of time to be able to look through and to do those, especially if we're meeting that timeline requirement that we have. So that is a large challenge for us. And you can see some of our other biggest allocations that we have. Public Works and Engineering, we do a lot of work with. Police Department, we have a lot. And the mayor and the Human Resources are another big hitters. We're breaking it down to present in personnel in our budget and in our operating budget. The greatest asset for the city attorney's office is our personnel. It's our people. We have amazing professionals and individuals that work for us and with us. I was gonna go through a little bit and talk about our folks and what they do and who they are and what their roles are. I think that this slide really gets it, but I don't know if you've ever heard of Albert Camus, and he talks about what would happen if Sisyphus smiled. And the idea being, you can have a very mundane task that could be arduous, but if you smile, it changes it. So I would tell you that the people that I work around give that joy and that smile to something that can seem pretty mundane at times. So we have great people. We want to ask this year that we can add another great person to the legal department. Principally to be able to take care of some of the database management systems that we want to do. We currently don't have much for that. It would help us with our workflow to be able to, when we get client requests, that clients can track the workflow workflow process through. It would also give us places to be able to store differently or cross-access our information. We could really probably also, when we were looking at this, we could use a full-time attorney, a part-time attorney, a paralegal. We just need some help to get through things. And as we kind of talked through it, we landed on asking for a paralegal to be able to help us with our services. Looking at a paralegal could help us with contract review. If we have the person that we can target and get that has experience with database management, that would be able to do it. If we implemented the system with our current personnel, that's just gonna pull away Jackie as our paralegal. She's already spending there's just not enough time for her to be able to do that and manage what she's doing. So we're trying to find a solution. We think the most cost-effective solution for the city at this point would be hire a paraprofessional or paralegal rather than a full-time attorney. It can be difficult to find a part-time attorney that would have experience. We focused on asking for that part-time, or not that part-time, but for the paralegal position. And that should be able to help us do, in addition to the public records request, paralegals can help do legal research, legal writing. They can help us do some initial contract reviews, answer initial questions, and to be able to free up more time for the attorneys to be able to focus on different things or just be able to have interface and interactions with clients. Our expenses, as you can see, are staying fairly flat. We're reducing, we're able to take out about $30,000 from last year's budget to this year's budget. A lot of what we're still doing is still as a new department, we're still trying to figure out what sweet spots are in our budget and where things really need to go and be. But we took an effort in our office this year. Nobody went out on a travel training. We did virtual trainings, we did local trainings to be able to try to keep costs down. We're also looking at some of our subscription fees and what we can do for that. We never really know, well, it's gonna be a long time before we know what our contract services will be for attorneys. Principally because as in-house counsel, we're generalists. We know, we have a broad range of what we know and can advise on, but if we get a very specific issue, like if we need bond counsel, or if we have a construction claim, or if we have some other things that happen, we have to make a decision of, do we take a generalist out of that and send things out that the generalist could do to outside counsel while we focus on that, or do we find somebody with the expertise in whatever that particular area would be and have them do that so we can keep up with our day work. And I think that's the approach that we would prefer to do, but you just don't know from year to year what's gonna happen and what pops up. So that's really a hard target to hit. And the $30,000 in this that we're able to reduce, that actually also accounts for the legal subscription, the database management system that we're asking for. So if we weren't getting that system, we'd be even further down on what our expenses would be there. We're going to continue to reduce outside counsel costs as much as possible. We want to add, I don't have it on here, but we really want to focus coming up if we can and all possible, giving support for procurement and contract drafting and negotiation. We're going to continue with our risk management goals and our service goals. And we would like to also expand having legal counsel coverage for some of our committees that are meeting. Right now, we cover city council meetings. And I think there's some other important committees that we would like to be there for. I think planning and zoning would be the one I have in mind principally. But as of right now, we don't necessarily have the bandwidth for that. So the request summary is the records management system that we're looking at. It's a web-based management system. It could enhance records management, timekeeping. It helps improve our response times. Something we hear over and over again that having in-house counsel has been helpful for is, or not helpful, but appreciated, is we're able to reduce turnaround times for folks. So we think this could continue with that. We're going to continue with our training and professional development. We've been able to find, again, those virtual courses and do things as locally. And our expected outcome is reduce organizational risk and expand city support and activities.
Oscar? How much do you need, Justin? I'm just kidding. So, when you came on, we had an expectation that you were going to continue to rely on our previous attorney for ongoing resources, but that's at a cost to us. How much are we still relying on Mark or his staff for city business? I'm not talking URA, they pay for their own legal services. How much are we relying on them at this point?
Very minimally. We have, there have been some ongoing projects that Mark kept on as they were going. There were some litigation things. I think, I can't think of anything that we're currently really using.
It's very minimal. I would say like the general is between $2,000 to $5,000 a month at most. I haven't seen a large one above 10,000 since last May. So it's been very minimal. But I think it gets very, he's available when necessary. And anytime there's a special project, it's a separate retainer. So it's not under the general contract. It kind of goes, okay, we've got a separate contract for example, I'm trying to think of a specific one that just happened, but if there was something that happened that we were getting sued for and he could take it on, then we could just have a separate retainer for him for that specific one, and it still will come out of sometimes it comes out of that same bucket out of the attorney's office, but if it's a wastewater specific item, it's gonna come from the wastewater fund and not from this contracted attorney services. So it really depends on the issue, depends on what it's for. General fund, general claims, I would say building or planning and zoning, like disputes, those types of disputes, if those come up, those are gonna come out of this fund. Employment ones are gonna come out of this fund, so.
So I'm hearing you say, I'm rounding numbers because my math is bad. You anticipate it being around $36,000 a year that we're spending on Mr. Hilty in an ongoing capacity.
I think we budgeted for 50 is what we did.
And if we added a paralegal to you, that wouldn't reduce the need for him because that's a paralegal and not an attorney, right?
Correct.
And I'm looking for some give here, and I hate to pick on you because I don't want you to throw something at me, but you're general fund too. And this is that year where we're making really hard decisions. And you're one of the few people that we can really pick on because it's entirely general fund. So I'm looking for how it saves us to hire one more person. You just heard the police ask for a lot more people, and I doubt they're gonna get any. I don't know, we'll have to discuss it, but it's that year where we really have to decide, is this the year? The follow-up question to that, and again, somebody's not gonna like this, but I gotta ask. There are specific, and maybe the clerk's gonna need to help with this, there are specific limitations on when we can charge for public records requests,
Correct.
right? But is it true, or am I misunderstanding, that if we had to employ somebody for a public records request need, that we could charge for that, or is there?
No, when you can charge for responding to public records requests, it's an hourly, it's anything that takes over 2 hours, or it's a page requirement review. So it's based on that. Is what we, otherwise it would just be another general fund position for somebody to look at the public records.
Because we're spending a lot of money from what you're telling me on public records requests. Would anybody like to guess how much public records requests have cost us this year?
In staff time?
In
Yes.
staff time,
Across all
probably
departments?
$500,000.
$500,000.
Because you think about it, I just take finance. Probably weekly, we get 2 to 3 public records requests that I'm pulling data for. Like, which 2 to 3 is not a lot, but that's time that I have to do that we're pulling staff. So I'm dedicating probably an hour, hour and a half. Well, when you take time and benefits, that starts to add up for me. Well, you have Christina, you have Oscar, you have everybody else doing that across the citywide. You have police doing that at least 500,000 at a minimum, I would say, in staff time.
And that's just a fortune that is unfortunate. And I wish there was some way we could mitigate that or have a fee base for that to help with that. Because if we're talking about hiring a paralegal, you wouldn't need your paralegal if we weren't having all this
I
public
think,
records requests this year.
I think the need would be lower. I think eventually, I do think having a paralegal in our office would be helpful. I think we could provide deeper services. I don't think I don't think all the contracts are passed to us right now. Right now, we're relying on clients to come to us. We haven't gone out and said, what are your contracts looking like right now? What do you have going out? We're just talking about trying to assist in procurements and assisting with doing an RFQ and some of those processes that we need to do. I think there's things that the city could benefit from. The immediate need, because we have to respond to these public records requests, and we have to do it on such a tight timeline.
Right.
It's always gonna be there, but there are more things I think that we could, I don't wanna say that we're going out trying to find legal work. I think that there's just things there that the city could benefit from that either nobody knows about because we haven't had time, or could be done but we're limping along otherwise.
Well, and admittedly, your job saves us money if you're able to do it, because it's not costing us on the other end because we missed something. So I'm not trying to minimize the value that your department is to us, but this is new. This is in the last 18 months. We've taken a big swing, and it's a lot more money than we were paying for legal services prior to,
I think you're paying,
you 7 digits.
You are paying, the legal budget is higher, for sure. I think when you're looking at the hours that you're getting of legal services, those have also exponentially increased. Right? And so I think one of the things that what we're finding out with public records is, I don't think there was a unified system. I don't think there was kind of a clearinghouse. Legal doesn't really want to be the clearinghouse for that, but that's what happens in the clerk's office. But I think, and I'll give you an example, I think, is the police department's records did not get legal support that they need. And I know I'm not saying that because of what Mark could do or what's not, but they were not getting what they needed. And they need that support. And that's not a competency issue. That's they were over there doing what they needed, what they could do. But they needed legal support for that, and that wasn't anything that was identified on a regular basis. And I think you could take that one example there and you could add it to probably any other department. And I'll pick on Michelle because she's here. So we'll come and say we need this, and she'll tell me, no, you're not getting that. And we'll say, well, it's personnel, and we'll go to the statute, we look at it and we talk about it and get to that decision. But so I think there's a lot of training and education going on, and it's not just Michelle, there's instances everywhere. So it's a real call. It's easy to say we're transparent and committed to transparency. It becomes really, it's a commitment financially also to be transparent.
Sure. Last question. Is this the year though, or could we go one more, stretching you and your staff as thinly as we do?
So our new turnover in legal is we're supposed to say, yes, it's illegal. So I'm gonna start answering with yes. My answer is with yes instead of no. Can we limp by? Yeah, we're gonna be on the team and doing that. I think going back, one of the things that works for our legal department is our team. It is a cohesive, well-working team. And what I really worry about is burnout and pushing out. And so my request would be, if we look at this and say, maybe this isn't the year, I can understand that, but I would really like to work with Ray Lynn to be able to we're asking more of them than I think that we've started when we knew when we started. And if there could be recognition for that, and knowing that, yeah, we can't get you this, but at least we can help you with some increase in compensation. That would be my ask for that.
That's fair, and I think maybe that's something we should consider. I'm probably saying too much, but if we could save some money by taking care of the people you have this year, looking at it differently next year, I don't know.
Question. I don't do social media unless somebody sends something to me. That $500,000, is a lot of that social media trigger or?
I would say no. I would say maybe there is some, but if public records are coming for different reasons. If somebody's in a traffic accident, or it's a public records request, or maybe their criminal defense attorney might do a public records request. Utility billing is getting public records requests for different things. So there's different reasons for different types of public records requests that come through.
Okay, the reason I ask that is because every time somebody sends me something to read, it's usually, you can tell it was a public records request. That's the reason I asked the question. So is there any particular category that costs a lot more than the other ones, or is it pretty well spread out?
What do you think?
So I'll get into the numbers a little bit more in mine, but in the same time frame in 2025, we had about 100 less records requests than we have so far this year. So far this year, we've had nearly 2,500 records requests. A lot of those are utility billing. A lot of that is assessments, houses selling, new houses being built, set up, that kind of stuff. The requests that are difficult are the requests that involve emails. The any and all requests is what we call them. That means text messages, documents, emails, all of that. Those take a set of eyes on every single email that is in that request. We had one recently that requested any and all emails related to Flock sent by anyone in the entire city in a specific time period. As you can imagine, there were a lot of records tied to that, and every single one of those emails had to be touched by either my department or legal department. You get better at them. Jackie and I have spent, between the two of us, nearly 30 years doing records requests, right? So we're pretty good at it. Some of the other departments don't have as much experience in that. I would say that there has been probably a significant uptick in the more complicated requests that are coming into our office that are taking the full 10-day period or an extended period because of costs associated, that kind of stuff. So that was a roundabout answer to your question.
Well, I just was thinking that if the taxpayers, whoever's watching would realize how much this has costed them, because they are taxpayers, that
Yeah.
maybe they would back off on some of the ridiculous stuff.
And we had a request that came in recently that it went over the 10 days because we had to put a pause on it and do a cost estimate, and the requester ended up paying for the time. And I had to sit down with that requester and have a conversation with them saying, hey, we're not doing this because we don't want to fulfill your request. We're doing this because the time that's being spent on a records request is time that can't be spent on reviewing contracts or processing things up in planning and zoning or dealing with council issues, preparing minutes. Like, I am taking away time from doing my day-to-day whatever so that I can look through every single email that comes through in a request. So it makes sense for us to charge that requester if it is taking us away from our position. And I think that answers Councilor Williams' question, that we're following state statute to the T. There's no question. We are not denying requests because we don't feel like fulfilling them, but it is a significant tax on employee time, for sure.
And another aspect of the Public Records Act is we don't have the ability to ask requesters, by and large, what do you want? Or we're prohibited, we have very little leeway to be able to say, when you say any and all, what do you mean? So we can ask some limited questions, but we really have to take what we're given in responding to the requests.
It's just like, say, what little bit I see, it just seems like we're going off the deep end on record requests. If it's $500,000, that could hire some people.
Every time you guys meet, we have public records.
Really?
We can solve that.
I don't know if there's anything
Oh,
legally we
yeah.
can do to
It'll
correct
be my
that.
phone.
It's hard because I think that there's a real need for transparency in government and what we're doing.
Sure.
I think that people just don't see the cost in terms of, and the other part of this, frankly, is it's no fun. It's a lifeless, I don't wanna say lifeless. I don't know any of my kids' friends that say they wanna review public records when they grow up, right? It can be monotonous. I mean, if you have a return because you get certain search parameters, you might get 3,000 emails on something or more. And a lot of them will be the same email, or it's not an exciting task to do.
So there's no restrictions relative to the law on what they could request and what they can't request, or are?
You can make a request for anything. You can make
That's what I
a
mean.
large request, absolutely. What we have the ability to do as the city is to look at it, and we can do initial review to see of how long it would take us to respond, and we can do a cost of copy. There are some times where we can if it's a cost of copy kind of question, we can also have some limited space to work with people to reduce that so they don't have to pay. So there are some things, I mean, but by and large, everything is supposed to go out the way the law is written is. Everything is considered responsive unless certain exemptions apply. So a large part of what we're doing is we're reading to see if it's responsive, and then we're also looking to see if there's an exemption, because there are things like personnel records that will get included in something, or active police investigations. If you ask for any and all that say flock, you're gonna have active police investigations. Well, how do we know that? So it can't just be even, it's hard to even have one person review public records, because they're gonna have to look at it in their department, because people in their department understand what's responsive, but they don't necessarily understand the exemptions. So that's where it comes into legal.
And the bottom line is we can't recoup that cost.
We can to an extent. We can charge for hourly rates, we can charge, it's hard to say, you can charge the
Burdened rate of the lowest qualified individual that can retrieve those records.
After the 2 hours, right?
after the 2 hours.
After the 2 hours.
Maybe that needs to be changed too, then.
Take it out,
We can
add it
change
to
that.
the
Is that
list,
a
Chuck.
legislative thing?
It's a legislative fix.
That's a legislative
Good-
change,
good
not a
luck on
city
that.
code change.
There has been a fair amount of legislative change related to public records that has gone in the favor of cities in the last few years, so I think there's definitely an appetite for it. It's just I mean, it's a difficult line, like Oscar mentioned, and I'm getting into my presentation, I'm sorry, but transparency is what we're built upon, right? We have nothing to hide. We're not doing anything nefarious. I want to give you the records that you want to see. But it is a burden on employees, and it is, I mean, a lot of times records requests that go out, there's nothing exciting in there. And we have spent 10 hours reviewing thousands of emails and documents that go out, and nothing ever comes of it. There's no breaking news at 6 p.m. It's just nothing, because we're all at the end of the day just doing our jobs.
Another project for Justin to work on.
Also, like if the records request had an uptick because of some of the projects that were going on, you know, and
Sure, yeah,
that, you know, and maybe that will calm down if we don't have more projects that are super interesting, so that's always a,
I think the legislature has
Fingers.
largely carved themselves out of the public record request process. They've covered themselves, so they don't feel the same sort of heat that any other agencies do.
I'm wondering, so I'm looking at your budget, it looks like you're asking for 93,000 more this year than last year, is that right?
That's the increase in the paralegal.
Well, so I'm wondering, cause to me, that is not a huge ask, compared to other departments, so I don't have a problem with it. If it's going to alleviate some of the burnout and the stress and everything else that goes along with your job and everybody else in there. I was thinking, like, it's too bad they don't have software that categorizes every time somebody sends an email that says quiet zone, that it doesn't just automatically categorize it. So when you do get the request, you're like, oh, I'll just go to this folder. Or if that's even something that somebody could set up monthly with like an audit or something, but
But we have Just FOIA, and we don't use the AI features on there because it's unreliable.
yeah.
And then I can let Jose talk about his software that he uses for keyword searches, but
It's just, I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, like so if there's not something that's gonna be reliable or easy, then maybe the paralegal is the answer, and maybe a part-time paralegal might be better than nothing to start, like, and maybe that person's job is doing those kinds of tasks and then seeing how it works out and then maybe increasing that to a full-time position next year to at least help a little bit. And then my question with that was, where are they gonna sit? So how long until you are built out of your office?
This would require, what we have as our legal conference room would turn into another office.
Oh, I see. Okay. So would that be something you could maybe consider as a part-time employee and like maybe that if there's no benefits that are included, I don't know how that package works exactly, but would that be helpful to at least alleviate some of
I
it to
think we're-
start?
I think we're open to all of it to see. I really wanna be able to try to, as much as possible, be able to protect the culture and get the right person in. But yeah, I think we're open to anything that we can to get assistance. And I wanna be, I think maybe I didn't express this enough, I think this position will help not just the city attorney's office, but I think it's gonna help the clerk's office. I think it's gonna help everybody, it'll help police records, I think it'll be something that
So
generates
it's kind
just
of an all-encompassing helper, so
much
maybe.
like, much like Justin is for our
Yeah.
department, where he's in legal, but everybody has access to what he can do and his experience.
Well, personally, I'm not against a full-time employee to help with those 3 or more divisions. And like I said, I don't think your ask of 93,000 is that big comparatively to other departments. And we wanted our own attorney, so here we are. But
Probably a public request just to hear you say yes on something.
I know I'll tell you, when is it gonna be?
Sorry to
We'll
make
write it
light
now.
of it, but it's the
Record
truth.
request, yes.
What do you?
How many
Well, they wanna make
times
sure
has?
They can read what you, when you said yes on an increase in the budget.
Oh,
That's how ridiculous it's getting.
well, somebody will post it and twist it and do
Yeah, I
it.
know.
But I just,
We
anyway.
can't control it once it gets out of here, we can't control what's done.
They have
Yeah, well, I don't even care anymore, honestly, so say what you want, do what you want, add to it.
Too late, you're in the doghouse already.
I'm always in the doghouse.
Oscar, so you have all these built-in clients. No, I gave you a project recently, but I still haven't heard anything. No, just kidding. My question is, Oscar, do you have some kind of work order, workflow where if I have, basically, I just kind of handed you my project, but is there a formal way that if a counselor, the mayor, we would have a formal workflow to give you that you could track how much stuff was coming to your office from us? Do you have that?
Currently, we do not, that's part of what we're asking for in our operational budget was that last year we started looking and we probably will start a little bit over again, but we identified a product that would give us that workflow management also as built into our database management. So it would be where we could get an email or a contact from a client that would have the specific legal request so that we could process it. And then we'd also like to have a feature where instead of you having to call me to see if I've looked at it or where we're at, that could give some progress updates also. And what I would really like to see is the ability to be able for clients to see what we're you are one of so many in line, right? Not just that you have one ticket in, but we have to be able to prioritize things because
And that's the situation. I give you something, I'm like, when am I gonna hear something? But I'm sure that everybody is giving you something with the same thought that, and so the ability for you to manage those on a timely basis and I think would be valuable to you, cause I got more coming.
well, and I think adding one of the things, we're focused a lot on the public records request, but adding a paralegal's function can be to look at a lot of contracts or can draft some things out for the attorneys to review. So it helps speed the whole process up to where right now you give me a project, it's gonna start with me and end with me, right? And so it's gotta be start and end on my time and when I can get to it. So I'm opening it up, I'm reading it, I'm drafting, I'm moving through. Everything gets looked at and reviewed before it goes out and finalized, but if we can have a process where I can now assign it to a paralegal to take a first draft look at this, or to do some research on this or that for me, I'm not spending my time doing that, right? I am now focusing on able to look at a more refined product and editing into something.
Well, and next year, when we sit here, you can say, I received 150 projects from my clients and my turnaround time was X, you know, because you have that data to manage, you know, to say, you know, this is what's happening.
And I also don't wanna overemphasize, and maybe this is a classical attorney, I'm going back and forth with you, we don't wanna be the fast food of legal services either, right? Some things are just gonna take more time to work through, but we don't want things to languish unnecessarily.
You know, it's just, you know, again, if we were to use another attorney, we'd be charged by the minute kind of situation. And your minutes are as every bit as important as anybody else's, so.
Alright, anything else from council? Great. Alright, thank you, Oscar.
It's just you, you're next.
Oh, yeah, make fun of the ridiculous image of Caillou.
It's going, Christina.
Mark?
I'm ready. Hey, since I already took up half of the city attorney's time, I'll make it pretty quick. Mayor and council, thank you for being here this evening. I wanted to touch a little bit on the mission statement because I think we've talked a lot about this idea and the nuance of the city clerk's department in a lot of these presentations. So our mission statement is to provide transparent, consistent, and responsive services that enhance the quality of life, support sustainable growth, and build a thriving community for current and future residents in a way that balances the importance of providing historical records with the need for technology and forward thinking. So we gotta have tech. We have to be able to manage all of the things that are coming through our offices while still understanding the need for permanent record and paper record. And if you ever wanna see something really cool, I have the minutes book from 1890 in my vault. I have special gloves that you have to wear. I'd like you to meet your city clerk department. Between this team of 4, we have over 76 years of government experience. As you might imagine, I am on the tail end of that list of experience, but we've got military, municipal, state, and local government experience. So you're dealing with a very highly qualified team that takes a lot of pride in all of the work that they do. So our achievements in the 25-26 year, we transitioned to a new clerk. I think that went well. We went through the election cycle. The every other year elections bring a lot of pressure onto the clerk's office. There's some changes coming through legislature on how those elections will be handled in the future. We'll kind of see how things go with that, but it takes a significant toll on the clerk staff holding informative meetings, working with the county, making sure all of our ducks are in the row. And we did begin the discussion of moving towards a district. As you know, as soon as we hit that 100,000 mark for population, we do have to district the city. It'll change really all of the election process. I am thankful for my relationship with the clerk for the city of Nampa, Shar. She and I worked together really well. I started talking to her basically as soon as I started in the position here of what steps we could take to make sure we're prepared for that. So we are moving forward with that. One of the biggest achievements we had was implementing our agenda management software. That touches in a lot into how much staff time is being spent on doing things the old way. So to give you an idea, with the previous system that we were using for preparing agendas, I spent an entire day preparing an agenda, basically from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., compiling documents, linking, putting everything together. Now, all of the other departments have the responsibility of gathering their own documents, uploading it into the system. Once everything is in there, I quite literally push a button that says build packet, and it compiles all the documents, links it, hyperlinks it, and sends it out to everybody. So it is well worth the money that we spent on it. We talked a little bit
Excuse me,
about.
is there a button to push so that we can see the packet?
Thank you for bringing that up, Counselor Williams.
Comment.
I will take responsibility for that. It got out to you eventually. We talked a little bit about records requests. As I mentioned before, the current numbers, I'm looking at the system right now, 2,267 requests have come in to date. Every single one of those is touched by someone in the clerk's department, whether that is assigning it to a different department for processing, actually processing the request, hitting complete, communicating with individuals. So there's a lot of staff time that is spent on those public records requests. Our goals for the 26-27 in the clerk's department, I want to finalize our districting plan with the help of the city attorney's office and the Treasure Valley Partners. So like I mentioned, I've been working with the clerk for the city of Nampa. They have a really robust system. They formed a committee to figure out how the districting was going to happen, got a lot of community involvement in that. Justin has been really great in working on that ordinance change. It'll be a pretty significant shift for Caldwell, and I wanna make sure that we're prepared for that as soon as we hit that 100,000 mark, because it's coming fast. One of the other goals is one that has come up recently, is establishing an alcohol compliance committee. Lieutenant Matthews in the police department reached out to us a couple weeks ago. One of our event centers has been causing a significant strain on policing. They are regularly underreporting how many people will be at events, what their security is. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of follow through from the city side of things. Because alcohol beverage licensing is controlled by the state, a lot of that we have to defer back to Idaho State Police and the ABC. So again, I reached out to my friends in Nampa. They established a few years ago an alcohol compliance committee. Ours would involve police department, fire department, planning and zoning, clerk's office. And we would essentially create a point system. So when we have someone with a liquor license that is breaking the rules, we can assign points to any of those rules that are broken. If they hit a certain level, I bring it to you, you revoke their license. It gives us teeth and actionable responses to these entities that are not following the guidelines and not keeping the safety of our residents in line. Alcohol beverage control and our system exists to keep our community safe. And when the police department is reaching out to me and saying, hey, we gotta do something, it falls on the clerk's office to make sure that we're making those changes happen. So that's something that I'd like to get implemented in the next 6 months or so, see how we can experiment with it. It'll take a code change coming to you all, and then ultimately a little bit of oversight from the clerk's department. We've also been doing a lot of coordinating with internal departments to update transparency. So obviously I work with the attorney's office every day. It's a real good time. But we've also been working a lot with police department, and we analyze the records requests. We can take reports of some of the high focus areas that are coming into my office a lot. Right now, the focus is on flock, as you might imagine. So I've been working really closely with Jackie and Sergeant Heitzman that was here earlier to put together a compilation of information that can go on the mayor's transparency page, similar to what we did with the quiet zone when we were getting daily requests, large voluminous requests for that information. That way, when a request comes in, we can direct them to the transparency page and just say, here's the data. And we don't have to do a ton of that work. So that's something that we've been working with internally as well. The next goal is something that we're continually doing in the clerk's office, which is digitizing records, digitizing access, making sure that there's a lot of transparency, minutes, agendas, historical records, all that kind of stuff. We want it to be available to the public. Again, a lot of that information being digitized and available to the public is going to help with the records request side of things, because when we can easily respond to a request and just say, thanks for your request, our code is located here, or our minutes are located here, it takes a lot of that staff time off of it.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, if I ask a
Yeah, of
question?
course.
Yes.
So there used to be something on the city's website, the fish or microfish or the
Laserfish.
laserfish, right? So if somebody's doing a public information request, can't they just go there first?
They could. A lot of people don't know that that system exists. It can be very clunky. Laserfish is a very, very old system that is supposed to mirror old microfiche systems. So a lot of those documents are not easily found. They're not great copies if it's scans of old information, and a lot of people just don't know that they exist. So if people are asking for minutes, agendas, packets, that information, a lot of times we will direct them to that system. It's just a matter of people knowing where to find it.
Wondering if an investment in that's updating that system at $500,000.
I don't know that there's really a better system for
I can't really, that's,
those documents,
yeah, that's probably
unfortunately.
the best system. I mean, the only thing you can really put is in workflow,
Yeah.
automated workflows that maybe would allow you to create forms or processes within that system.
A lot of the frustration comes from, I don't know, we say this a lot, but it comes from legislature. It comes from the way that state statute is written. I don't think that statute being written in the 60s could have ever imagined where we would be on a technological level. There's still disagreement in the clerk world of if you can even digitize records and then get rid of them. Like there are some clerks that have buildings full of paper documents of everything that has ever existed. So I think there's a lot of catching up and a lot of education that needs to happen on like what's actually happening in a clerk's department in 2026, because it's a lot different than what was happening in 1890, for example. The next goal is one that Raylyn and I have talked about, and it comes a lot from the changes that are coming out of ICRIMP. So they are now doing quarterly updates on our insurance premium. So if we have a significant increase in vehicles, for example, we bought a lot of very expensive fire department vehicles recently, which resulted in an increase to our ICRIMP numbers. I would like to go through our system. Debbie kept immaculate records, as you might imagine. So being able to take those records and actually go out into the fields in each department, making sure that we have the right VINs, the right information, that we have all of the right assets in our system is gonna help us a lot as we prepare for continuing increases through ICRIMP. I think it can help us plan more for those budgetary increases that are coming throughout the list. So that's gonna be a lengthy process. We have a lot of assets, but it's something that I'd like to work on with each of our departments. And then finally, really the main goal is to continue our education, make sure that we're staying up to date. We do a lot of work, and Justin's updates throughout the legislative season are super helpful. They impact the day-to-day life of what the clerk's department does. So really staying up to date on all that information is helpful. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Just some notes, I won't go line by line, but the largest expense areas are software. Civic Plus is our agenda management system. Just FOIA is our records request system. The last city I worked for, we had no records system for tracking, and I can't even imagine dealing with records requests to the level that we are without the system that we have in place. It's clunky, it has its issues, but ultimately it's way better than an Excel spreadsheet. The next biggest line item is advertising. 90% of that is ordinance publication. So we are required to publish every single ordinance in the local newspaper within 30 days of passage, or it becomes null and void. I personally have been fighting for the last 5 years with legislature to try and get that changed. The people that are reading the newspaper are not the people that need to be informed about what we're doing in local government. It's not the best way to reach our community anymore. I worked with Senator Cook out of Eastern Idaho to try and get some legislative changes. Ultimately, government publications are the only reasons why our newspapers still exist. And so they are grasping onto those publications as hard as they can, and they have very, very powerful lobbyists that go to the legislature every year. There have been some improvements in the last few years, giving a little bit more grace to the government officials and putting more responsibility on the newspapers. But it's something that I'm gonna continue to work with on the legislature to see if we can decrease that number. Our annual budget for ordinance publication just in the clerk's department is $18,000. That's printing words in the newspaper that nobody reads, so. And then the next largest line item is the dues and training. A lot of that is tied again to the required trainings for our certifications. You'll notice on the first page where we looked at the organization chart, there's a lot of letters behind your employees' names, and that means that we have continuing education and we continue to research what's going on in our field and make sure that we're moving forward appropriately. So we're not asking for any personnel. You will see some addition or some changes in numbers next year. Angie Point will be retiring next fall after 10 years of service to the city of Caldwell. Overall, there is around a $40,000 decrease in the clerk's department budget. We do not have an election cycle. We budget every election cycle for the potential of a runoff election, which comes to the tune of $35,000. That's another thing that I would like you all to consider, is getting rid of the runoff opportunity. We'll talk about that later. And we have checked the boxes on a lot of our special projects that have come up over the last couple of years. So really, we're just staying flat, trying to keep things moving. Believe it or not, I also manage the cemetery. So we've got 4 folks that are out at the cemetery, as well as 2 seasonal employees. The main focus areas in the budget are repair and maintenance increases. We have a lot of aging equipment. For a really long time, the cemetery got all the hand-me-downs from the other departments. And we have been working through that to try and make sure that our team has all of the supplies that they need to be able to provide really, really important services to people that are in a difficult spot. I've been encouraging the team to bulk buy whenever they can. They know they're gonna have to replace sprinkler heads, so they buy a whole bunch of sprinkler heads and they can get a discount on that. And then you'll see that our mausoleum project is on hold right now, pending some engineering reviews. We all had some concerns about the stability of the cliff out at the Canyon Hill Cemetery, and we did not want to put a giant granite box on the cliff before we investigated the stability of it. So that is where our money is going. And just real quickly, the achievements in the cemetery. There will be a ribbon cutting on July 1st for the wind phone installation that was completely funded by the Treasure Valley Realtors Association. We installed the interment center and the niches, which have been a really great benefit to the community. We've continued our partnerships with regional cemeteries, monument companies, and funeral homes. We've started replacing trees throughout the cemetery. We have a lot of older trees that have died, fallen, trying to keep it beautiful up there. If you haven't been to the cemetery, it is beautiful up there. And if you get the chance, please go up and thank the staff because they work their guts out to make sure that that place looks beautiful and they deserve to be thanked. And then our final achievement is that we started working with the Canyon County Juvenile Probation. We make them come out and clean our headstones. Good time. That's it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Any questions?
Only because I know it, I was in the crowd at the time, wasn't up here. The mausoleum is fully funded even though it's been put on hold, correct? It's budgeted from prior years.
Yeah, so it's budgeted in 26. If it does not happen in 26, it'll have to be rebudgeted. It's not requested for 27. In addition to that, it's probably, I know it was a timing thing because we're out of space on the mausoleum side. And so I think a solution needs to be found, but at the same time, right now, we changed the fee structure. So a portion of the perpetual fund fees are funding capital because there wasn't enough in the capital fund to actually pay for the full mausoleum. And so, right now, that fund is building cash, so it'll actually pay for it instead of having to do a loan from the perpetual fund. So there's some pros to having it delayed, to allow that cash balance to build up, but, when they're ready to move forward with that, then we will need to rebudget for it.
Because I just knew that was a huge point of contention back then, of how it was gonna get paid for.
Our fee adjustments, were in the black on everything?
Yeah, for right now, with the capital fund, so what we did is we took, I believe it was, we did an ordinance change, we took 10% of the grave fees that were supposed to go to the perpetual fund and we moved them to the capital fund. And then any interest that is earned on the perpetual fund, it used to go into the perpetual fund, and so that fund was consistently growing. Now, any interest that's earned on the perpetual fund is going into the capital fund. So instead of having to consistently borrow from the perpetual fund, we use the interest earnings on it instead. So, which to me is the real purpose of the perpetual fund, so.
In the past, it's one of those city services that we
Yeah.
were in the red all the time.
Yeah,
And- Go ahead.
I was gonna say, the last 2 years, part of the reason the operating has been a little bit upside down is 2 years ago, I reduced the sales tax, because I thought the fee projection was going to cover that revenue, it did not. And so this year, I did fix it to where the sales tax is, making it to where with an offset of fee increases, it's enough to cover all the operations. So,
And we regularly look at what our surrounding cemeteries are doing as well. Our numbers are significantly lower than everyone else. There are some things that we're looking forward to for the next couple years. We charge additional fees if people want a funeral on a Saturday. We're looking at charging for staff time, for setup, that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of places where we can add a little bit more to that. As far as the clerk's department goes, those fees are really just pass-throughs.
We saw one earlier this year when Idaho State Police increased their background check fee. We added a little bit of cushion on our end to cover for staff time, but ultimately, we're not in the business of making money on those sides of things, so we're really just trying to
At least break even.
cover what we're doing and maybe get just a little bit in there.
That's the problem the golf course had in the years past too. So far below everybody else.
Good. Thank you.
I don't know, right, so makes it easy. So we'll kind of start through my packet. I have quite a few departments that we'll kind of go over. Not in super detail unless you have a lot of questions on them, but more, they're really internal and not a lot of increases, just movement. So I'll start with the big packet. So the first thing is general fund. This is where we look like right now. Now that you've heard from the majority of all the departments, this is where we sit. The revenue really hasn't budged too much. I've updated the cost allocation plan, so it'll adjust a little bit. But with the full analysis of fees that's happening, this is kind of where we're gonna end up without other recommendations from you, which we can talk about at the end of my presentation. One of the things, I know the chief didn't talk about it, but one of the things in the police budget that really, to me, makes a significant portion that doesn't allow for us to do a lot of flexibility with police is there was 2 significant contract increases. One for misdemeanor probation and the other for dispatch. And both of those are for, I did it again. I don't know. Yes, prosecution. I always, I apologize. I misspoke on that. Prosecution services and dispatch services. And then the third contract that's not necessarily a pass-through from the county, but is the animal control. And so the good news is we thought the animal control was going to be significantly higher. It was not. It went up about 5%, so we were very happy with that. But both the prosecuting attorneys and the dispatch was pretty significant between both of those. About a $500,000 increase in police's budget. So when you have that significant amount of increase on those contracts, there's very little flexibility that we can do on other things. So I just wanna bring that up because I know the chief didn't really talk about it. And there's not a lot of, I know that there's a lot of decisions on the table, but those are other decisions that are gonna be made as those contracts come through. Same with, with every contract that comes through, it's always at your guys' discretion, even though it's budgeted, whether to approve it or not, so I think those are. But
At some point, I lost track of where you were saying, and so everything you said for the last 3 minutes didn't register with me, so I've got a question.
Yeah.
So prosecution services are in what line item of our budget?
So they are in police,
They're in
and
police,
do
okay.
you have the breakdown of police?
And dispatch services are in police also?
That is correct, both of those are in police,
Okay, and animal control,
police.
okay, so,
Fire has a separate dispatch contract that's $100,000.
okay. So not only are we talking about police having a steep staffing request, police also has a steep budget request that is outside of their control whatsoever.
That is correct.
And nothing as far as mismanagement or anything, just beyond their control.
That is
Beyond our-
correct. And
Beyond our control.
And so I just wanted to bring that up because the chief didn't bring it up, and I think that's a big portion of, that creates a little bit of frustration from the state, and because we're all tight on these property tax budgets, and so those are our partners that are charging those increases, and so it makes it to have those difficult conversations of, is there other ways that we can approach those contracts? And I'm not taking the lead on them, that's not my place, but I just wanna bring those up because those are so significant. And they're essential services, but that to me is,
So Ray Lynn, I wanna drill down a little bit more, thank you. So for prosecution, how much did we pay this year?
Let me pull it up here and I will tell you. Moment. So prosecution. For 2026, we budgeted $378,000.
378, and how much is it going up? How much of the
570 is the new request.
new request is 570?
Yeah, so an additional $200,000.
And then dispatch,
And then dispatch is,
Your new software, make this faster. I'll just,
they have a lot of divisions. Dispatch went from 320,000 to 500,000.
180,000.
So. And then originally, the county, the animal control, we were budgeting 320, but the new price on it, it went from 270 to 283,000. So
270 to 280.
maybe I exaggerated the 600,000, but it is probably,
No,
that's still pretty significant increases all
And then
around.
just to clarify, fire got added, this is the first year that fire is paying for dispatch services.
So we had it budgeted for 26, but we have not paid that contract because I don't believe it's final, correct? So because that contract is not final, even though it's budgeted, we have not paid that $100,000.
So you're close, 400,000, 398,000.
So I look at a lot of numbers and so little exaggerated, but really close.
But just rough math, between prosecution and dispatch, we're gonna pay over $1 million to the county this year.
Yeah.
So basically their overage is the county.
The county, their two overages are the county and then softwares. Those were the two biggest requests. And they weren't even really increases. It was just a movement from ARPA to the police department budget. And so with this new request that they presented today, that's not reflected in the budget, but that could see a decrease in the deficit. I have to move the money around to see how that's gonna play out, but that was the increases that they, in their operating. And so I just wanted to make you guys aware, because I think those are big increases for contracts that are hard to absorb within our limited budget, so. As we're going through this as well, like, I didn't make a ton of changes. A lot of these changes came from either just cleaning up things, making sure the allocations are correct. I did adjust the attorney allocations for the library. With the attorney's allocation, the library now, their charge is $1,000. So it went from 33,000 to 1,000, just with adjusting that allocation, refined it a little bit, made sure it made more sense, so.
That's a big change in allocation.
Sometimes it's okay to call me on my numbers and say, where are you getting this? I appreciate that, so. So the library's budget did change as well, so if we go into, so this first page is general fund. Like I said, we'll still talk about this because I think there's definitely some decisions that we'll wanna talk about. As we move forward into the next couple of pages, as we're looking through this, the big ones that I want, this page that says general special revenue at the top, and this is cash. And so the big one that I want you guys to look at is the street fund. I have a big concern about the street fund, and I will have to talk to Haley a little bit more about this, but when you look at the street fund and where it is right now, and with the projection at the fiscal year 27, that the cash based off of if they did all the projects that they have budgeted, we would be at a negative cash position, it's very concerning to me. And so with that, I'm gonna be having further conversations with Haley. But I think that's gonna come back to her ask on if that 500,000 is gonna become permanent. What are your guys' thoughts on what you wanna cancel? So I think, that's gonna be a discussion because they can't continue providing what they're providing with that reduction in 500 and that in cash ongoing.
Raylan, when do you need an answer from us on the fire district? Because that's really the key to all these other things too, isn't it?
It is, and so I don't wanna put pressure on you guys, but here's a timeline, and I'm gonna take myself as me out of it, cause the timeline is by July 24th, that's gonna be the last day that we can make budget changes before we're posting the ordinance. After we post the ordinance, we can make budget reductions, but there can no longer be like increases or movements around those funds. And so if it's a budget neutral thing, that's okay, but changing amounts to different funds is not possible. But so July 24th, and I know that is that's not a lot of
30
time
days.
to make decisions.
We only have a couple more meetings, so we might have 30 days, but we have one more budget workshop,
On July 9th, yes,
right? And we have 2 council meetings.
so.
And we don't have answers to a lot of stuff.
So
We're putting together that as we speak, so we have an email that's going out trying to bring everyone, especially the Nampa Fire people and others in, have a thread going to try and arrange that.
Raylan, I have a question, and Oscar, maybe you can, so what does creating a fire district look like? Is it item number 3 on the new item business where, there's just a simple resolution and we make a motion? And what does it look like to kick the fire department out of the city and make a district?
I'm gonna defer to Justin. Justin did a dive into this, so he's really gonna be the one that can give you the best answers.
Okay.
There is an option to form a new district, but that would be kind of cumbersome and the city would have to get approval from the county commissioner to start the process. So that would be a longer process. Probably the shorter and more efficient way to approach it would be to annex into a fire district. And that's the process that Nampa had, and you just need the approval of both of the governing boards. In that case, the city council and the governing board of the fire district both have to agree and come up with a contractual language for providing for how the transfer of authority will happen. But in that case, you don't have to have an election if both of the boards of the city and the fire district agree to it. But if you have creating a new district, then you do have to have an election.
Is there a Caldwell Fire District Board now?
Yes.
Rural.
There's the
Well,
rural
the
fire
rural.
district.
So it's rural, I knew there was rural fire, okay.
So they would annex into the rural.
And they would have to approve it too, even if we approved it, correct?
That's correct. So both the city council and the fire district. But there would not have to be an election in that case.
So you had said something about we lose the ability to do that if we don't do it by December 31st, but that was on a certain legislative timeline.
Well, yes, that is because property taxes are based off of December 31st deadline. And so to make the decision to annex has to be done before December 31st, so the county assessor can do what they need.
But you're saying for us to put our budget in some sort of final position, we only have till July 24th to make a decision on the fire.
That's correct. So like I said, there's a couple of pathways forward. If I took the scenario that, okay, there's the likelihood, maybe an 80% likelihood that fire is going to join and annex with the rural fire. And so I make the adjustments that we talked about earlier. not doing the transfer, reducing fire's property tax, transferring it and using one-time money to fund fire. If I did those adjustments in the budget, and that's how we presented our budget, then if fire, you would have until December 31st to make that decision of whether fire is becoming a district or not, both the boards would. If that didn't come into fruition, then the next year would be a risk. There would be significant risk because we've now funded fire with one-time money. And I would say essentially all new property tax would have to go to fire to fund them and get them caught back up if they were to stay with the city. If they were to become a district, that budget goes away, and then there's other impacts, like our levy rate goes down, obviously other impacts that would happen, but the budget process would happen the same if fire with us, except fire wouldn't be part of the discussion.
So you're I'm gonna rely on you as the best expert, right? We're talking about best evidence, your best evidence right here. So what is our greatest risk? Waiting till December 31st and then amending our budget, or doing a budget now and taking a chance that the district doesn't come to fruition? What's the biggest risk?
So because of how property taxes work, you can't really amend property tax levy December 31st. So whatever set is set for property tax levy when I file the L2. That's what's set. So that decision has to be done by, I believe it's September 2nd is when the L2 is due. So, but the L2 has to match what is in the ordinance that was published.
On the 24th.
So
So-
it's a publication, so.
So-
Quick question, Raylan.
Yeah.
Because I think in years past, we finalized our budget in August. Why are we at July 24 this year?
So yes, the budget hearing is August 11th, but I have to publicize it, the ordinance, 2 weeks beforehand.
So if we go to a district, Raylene, what's our revenue exposure? Do we have any idea?
I haven't done that calculation yet, so I don't have that number. It's hard without the values. I can do the city side all day long, but not knowing the values of the rural and not having that data, I don't know. I know I saw an email during the budget meeting earlier that Brian was asking for it, so hopefully we'll get it and we'll be able to see. My best guess, and this is just gonna be my best guess based off of the hard math, is the city's gonna take a reduction of about $10 million. And the rural will see an increase probably about 12 to 15. That's my best guess based off of just current valuations. But it's 2 different budget years, right? So we're using 27 fiscal year 27 property tax levy number to reduce the city's budget. But when the district is formed, they're going to be using the next year's tax assessment. So there is going to be an increase that the city would have recognized if they had been part of our, but we're not recognizing.
What about the assets? What happens to that?
I think those are all up for discussion within the contract of what you want to do, how that's distributed, how, all of those is just a contract, so.
I don't want to say those are unimportant, but I think those are the issues that could be ironed out over time. But let me just say, I bumped into the chief a couple of weeks ago and asked him this, and he and the rural district have already started this discussion. So the rural district's fully aware of this and moving forward really the same way we are. So it's not a mystery as to whether or not they're thinking about joining with us so that this could be done.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Napa complaint in the framework, and they're saying it's been costing them a lot more money since they went to the district. So, taxpayers, that's what we're all about, so.
My only question is this, because this is now new, I didn't hear this before. So we as a council can say, yes, we wanna let them join with rural district, as long as the rural district also says, yes, they wanna join.
That's
It does
correct.
not have to go to the voters.
That's right.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay,
just
so
have to
now
take
my
it-
question becomes, according to the new legislation, is there an advantage one way or the other?
The advantage to the fire district?
Right, does the district get an advantage if they wait and do it through the vote compared to us and the other district combined? I mean, is there anything in the statute that
No,
gives a
it
benefit?
just talks about fire districts as fire districts, and so there's nothing relative to the date of creation that would impact the district.
or the method of creation?
Right.
Okay.
The advantage to us is financial because.
Oh, no, yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Struggle to fund streets this year.
Right, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a advantage or disadvantage through the statute of if we did it compared to having it,
Gotcha.
having the voters vote on it. So,
Shouldn't we be reimbursed for the assets though? The city?
Well,
Somewhere.
I mean, I think that's a valid question and I think that's a policy decision. You think about it, property tax and reimbursement from the rural both paid for those assets. So if we're asking for reimbursement, are we taxing ourselves?
Yes.
I mean, so it's a policy decision, all up to that type of discussion,
Already paid for it.
so.
The last city I worked for, the fire department went to a fire district and we had all of these same conversations and they went through a phased approach. So all of the property was still owned by the city. The district took on all of the insurance responsibilities. And then as they phased out equipment, the new equipment was purchased by the district. So it would be a process to go through it.
So the assets we own now, we wouldn't get paid for, period. Right?
Well, if they sold a fire
right?
engine, yeah, then we would get the
Oh, yeah, that's
surplus money
different.
for it,
The more complicated piece is the real estate.
yes.
Yeah.
So Raylan, so along these same lines, and I just wrote these down when we were chatting about things because it just reminded me of things. So if the fire district starts their own district, if the fire department starts their own district, they automatically have their own ICRIP policy. And so you factored that reduction in our policy amount.
I have not factored that amount.
So
There
there's
would
another
be
savings
additional
there.
cost savings that would
Additional
be.
cost savings.
There was not for the city of Ammon. They did not get a decrease in ICRIP even though they took all of those numbers off of there. They said they were so far behind that they used it as a catch-up process. So I would not count on that.
What makes you think that?
But if you do it before you sign it.
So the other thing would be workers' compensation. So there would be a reduction in the amount of workers' compensation by,
Yes,
they would assume their own workers' compensation policy.
They are.
And then the same thing would be for the city's fuel and cell phone and all those costs. So now, we know that those costs that haven't been figured into this, or we've just kind of left them out there because there's extra bonuses to letting them create their own district. So if I go back to page 1 here, and I see this line that says fire revenues, and you say fire revenues last year was 13 million, and fire revenues this year 14 million. Those aren't necessarily fire revenues, they're not making money.
No.
That is the money from the general fund we allocate to fire that we call revenues.
that is correct. So that includes really two main sources of revenues, property tax and the rural fire contract that we have, which is about 3 million, so.
So if you subtract the 3 million from the 14 million, that's 11 million, that's the $10 million of savings that we would get. With the understanding that we have an 18-month commitment to make them whole.
That is correct.
Right.
The only question I have about districts, just real quick, just to confirm, is that if they're a district, then they are not held to HB 389. They can increase taxes however much they want
They-
without any city
No, they still have requirements, so they still would follow the same property tax law that we do, there's just additional language for them. So they still can only do the inflationary of the 3%. They still would get values for annexation and new construction. They might not do annexation, it depends on if their area grows or not, I don't know. But they are.
can't just start charging our citizens whatever.
No, they would follow the same calculation. The main two differences are they are not held to a preliminary levy rate. So preliminary levy rate takes in the property tax value that's coming in this year and adds that in to reduce the current levy rate to calculate it based off the new construction. So it's reducing it even more. They can go off their current levy rate on that calculation, so they'll get more new construction and annexation. And then they are not capped at the 8% like we are. They have 15%. But they also are subject to an initiative process. So if the voters of the district start an initiative, they can reduce the budget of that district with an initiative process. So
the property goes where then?
I'm sorry, Chuck?
Property goes where?
The property, the city's property, or the shared property, like I said, I think those are all up for discussion, but like my recommendation, I always look at it, I don't wanna double tax residents, so I'm like, okay, let Fire have the property, but deed it to the city, so if they go to sell it, it'll always come back to the city, so.
So the question I had, Raylene, was, say we reduced our value by $14 million. Fire department steps out, we reduce our value by 14 million. Does that make it, does that give us more room to reach our 8%, or does that make us less room to reach our 8% because our total value is less? I mean, because you say we're getting close to bumping up against that.
Yes, so every year we get much closer and closer to
So
the
if we
8%.
take out 14 million, does that give us 14 million worth of room, or do we lose it?
No, because it's always gonna be on the base, so because our base recalculates down, it'll be 8% on the base again. And so if our new construction is very high, so for example, say we had, I'm just gonna say 2 Fred Meyers come in, or a Fred Meyer and Home Depot come in all at once, that's a lot of value in new construction all at once in 1 year. We very well could hit our 8%, and we wouldn't be able to take that full budget amount because we.
Make it easier for us to hit our 8%.
Yes, it would very much make it easier because that dollar amount now becomes less. But also, because our levy rate is so much less, you could have $1 million in value, but now we're only getting, let's say, 1.1 mils instead of 3.4 mils. And so we're not getting as much in, we're not gonna get the 1.2, 1.3, 1.5 million in new construction anymore. It's probably gonna be half, so.
So the cost savings is really not actual. I mean, it's not gonna be a big.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike showed me a graph that said like, okay, we're gonna be on this line, and then because we're taking out fire, we're gonna go down to this next line down, and we're never gonna get back to the same path and to add that money back, because unless we were to do a property tax levy or something, an override levy. Because that money is permanently removed from our budget, permanently removed from the property tax that we levy. So that's why my recommendation is if we can make the departments that are staying with us as whole as possible, it might not get us ahead, but at least we're not behind and we're not in the hole starting out. Then that would be my recommendation, because then next year, we don't have to start that conversation with police is in a revenue deficit. No. Guess what, police? Now we got 1.2 million total and you're getting 800,000 of that. So that's that is how much you can grow your budget, is only by 800,000. You have to stick within that amount. You cannot go over.
And that's an ongoing number.
That's the ongoing number. I mean, those are just generalizations, but that would be the conversation next year. And, you know, instead of being like, you're $1 million in the hole and you're only getting 800,000, how can we add anything, right? It creates a tougher conversation each year. So.
It's a way to hit the reset, really.
And you know, Rochelle and I really talked about like, and I'm still doing an analysis on like our salaries, but you know, the big thing is I know a lot of, we hear a lot of departments compare themselves to Boise, Meridian, Nampa, all of our neighboring cities. And every other city has this same discussion, I think. But the hard thing is that we are paying very similar wages to all of those other cities to not lose employees, to not lose valuable employees, because turnover has a cost. But what that does is it creates to where the majority of our cost is now in salaries, and no longer can we expand operations like we would like, which means that we really have to look at alternatives to not add new staff, or we're adding software. And so those are gonna be the harder discussions ongoing, because if we consistently, if we go back in and we consistently say yes again and we get back in, there's not gonna be another way for us to get, you know, without devastating other departments or layoffs or this, like, we really have to stick to, this is the revenue that's available, you have to stay within that budget.
So Justin or Raylene, if this district thing happens, the city is no longer involved with the fire department, period. They're like gone.
That is correct. It's an independently governed district with its own district board, and Nampa, I think, increased the size of the board to 5 or 7 members, I think, when they merged with the rural fire district. And so that would add another political dynamic of being another governmental entity that the city would have to interact with. And, you know, hopefully you would get along with the board members, but that definitely adds another wild card to the discussions about issues in the future and how cooperative those new commissioners would be.
So if the city was unhappy with the service from the fire department that they were getting, we would be board to board talking about how to.
Yeah, and they've got an ex-Boise fireman on the board right now with the Napa deal, and you think he's got the Napa city interest in mind?
Right.
It'd be foolish to think that, so.
So, but yeah, so it just completely goes out of our realm of influence.
We would have to negotiate with them over the things that are important, but yes, that would add a new element of political dynamic of having to interface with another local government and its own independently elected governing board.
So how recent is this bill, House Bill 595 that deals with these districts?
This year.
It just passed this year.
So it's just relatively new. So my next question was, you know, we talk about the city manager form of government and how long it's been around, and some people go to it and then they go back. And, you know, so we don't have any sort of longevity to have any cities that said, hey, we went to a fire district and oh my word, it doesn't work. I don't know, I've never heard anything from Nampa say that their fire district doesn't work.
I sure as hell have.
From the city of Nampa?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I sent you guys out some numbers on that.
Sure, you sent me the numbers, I saw that, but
That's why they're dissatisfied.
reach out to
Because they
them.
say they're costing a lot more.
Do we wanna move parts of this to when we have?
Yeah,
the
yeah.
meeting schedule? Is that okay? A lot of good questions, and please feel free to send those into or start to accumulate those and then have those ready for you. Right,
So continuing down, so like I said, I have very much concerns about streets, and I think those are discussions we're gonna have to have or figure out next steps, whether that is canceling some projects or some repair and maintenance, to figure out their cash issues. That's gonna be a further discussion. going through every other budget that is cash wise, that's the only one that's a red flag. Right now, as we're going through, that's the biggest red flag I see. I think all the other ones, we've either increased fees to help offset it, or we've cut items in the budget to help offset the deficit, so, other than general fund, and general fund as a whole still has plenty of cash available. So, moving on after those 4 pages, which we've gone over every single budget meeting, I have included an updated list of the 2027 positions that are budgeted within the current budget and the numbers. So I think these are ones that hopefully I can hear from you on recommendations, if these are all ones that you want, if there's different ones, or if you want, you know, just to make sure that these are the position requests that are in the budget. I've also included behind those, I know I sent these to you in an email, but I did update this list. This is all the positions from 24, 25, and 26, as well as 20. So you can see the amount of positions that have grown each and every year and what we've added each year. So I've just included that, because I did send that in an email, but so that you guys had it. So once I get done presenting, if you can let me know if there's any positions that you would not like me to budget for. I kind of heard there's kind of discussion on whether the paralegal part-time, full-time, so we'll go through that a little bit later. The next one is a line by line of the city council budget. Your guys' budget is actually going down. A lot of that is because I took out the special projects. As you know, we've changed our donation policy to where we're no longer doing donations. It's kind of you either have a contract with the city and we're providing specific services, but not doing donations or grants. And so that was a reduction in your guys' budget of the special services. And then just reviewing the budget to say, okay, is this something that's needed? For example, the $1,000 in office equipment and furniture, you know, usually we budget that and then you guys aren't spending it. And so this year I did take that out.
So
Unless you guys,
Raylene, can I stop you just?
go for
I
it.
was curious, because I know we talked about it before, we're no longer doing donations.
That is correct.
So we used to give $30,000 to the Veterans Hall.
So that has changed, and we are working on we have a lease contract with the Veterans House, but we're updating that lease to include, it used to say we wouldn't pay for utilities. And so we're updating that lease to say that the city is going to pay for utilities. So we will cover the utilities of the Veterans Hall. And then they haven't been working with facilities to update it, and they've been paying for their own repairs. And so that's something we also brought in-house under facilities, and then custodial as well. So we've always had a budget for them for repair and maintenance of buildings. They just weren't utilizing it. And so we still maintain that budget. We added the utilities budget, and we added the custodial to the facilities.
So we
You'll
just
see.
won't give them $30,000.
We're not giving them 30,000, we're
just
just
cover-
taking on expenses.
Now, just remember how much money they bring into the value too. I'm not
Well,
promoting
no,
them
I'm
to
just,
change their minds, but
you know, we've made a number of different donations
Yeah.
around. I wanna see where we're landing with those things.
that's one of the few that we've made where there is a return.
And that's the same type of agreement that we kind of have with the senior center too, so it's very similar. If anybody doesn't have any questions about the city council budget, I'll go to the next budget. And that's the mayor's budget. The mayor went through his budget to really look through everything and see if it's something that he was gonna reduce or not reduce. And so the biggest reduction in the mayor's budget was in travel. He did reduce his travel meeting and just the community relations and items like that. So the mayor's here if you have any questions about his budget. But pretty minimal and overall a reduction. So the next is the mayor admin budget. There was some shifts in the mayor admin. We talked about the PIO position. So that's why you'll see an increase in this budget, because we did shift the PIO position out of police and fires budgets, and which created cost savings in their budgets, and then reallocated it to the mayor admin budget. So a lot of those costs reallocated to this department, and so that is specifically why there is an increase for that position and taking on that fully burdened cost. The next budget is city general, which is city hall. This kind of is all the costs that run for city hall or citywide costs. For example, the telephone is all of the telephone, the landline costs for city hall and all buildings across. So it's not just city hall, it's all buildings. So that's why it's so much. And so the other thing you'll see in here is we made some adjustments. For example, the fireworks. So the fireworks used to be under this budget, and we moved it out to the community. We're calling it the community projects. It used to be called the community and employee division. So we moved anything that community projects that really shouldn't be allocated to departments like water and wastewater to that division. Fireworks is gonna be the biggest one, 4th of July. It's 4th of July and Winter Wonderland and the Nightlight Parade. Those are the three big ones. And so we've allocated those costs to the community projects. And then we've done a reduction in or offset in the other line items, as well as shifted like the employee dinner, which was in the community projects line item. We've moved that to city hall because that all departments should be paying for the employee dinner because all departments go to the employee dinner. So kind of move things around where it makes sense to allocate it and not allocate it, so.
So just a quick question, Rita, and I'll leave it up to the other counselors as well. I'm not sure $500 for uniform allowance for 6 counselors is enough.
I can definitely change it. I did reduce it, but
I
if you'd
just-
like
I
me to
mean-
increase it.
Counselor Tillmont's wearing, I wear shirts, you know, so we buy shirts or a coat, hats, you know. Make sure we have enough in there to keep.
Would you like me to increase it to 1,000
I don't know, what are the
or
council?
1,200, like 200 a person?
Can we do,
Where are we gonna get it from?
What's that?
We're increasing it, it's just such a tight year.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just making sure we don't go over. I don't wanna
would 2 suffice? I mean, we don't have to spend the money,
right,
to be
right.
clear.
I mean, if I could decrease travel, I don't know how much travel you guys do. And I increased it because I didn't know if Counselor Register was going for the AIC conference or not. But I can move it from travel to the employee uniform.
Another 1,000, 1,500.
Let's see, travel is 14,000?
Travel is
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong
3,000.
thing.
3,000 is what we budgeted, is what is budgeted.
But it wouldn't be an increase in your budget, it'd just be reducing one line item and moving it to.
I'd be okay with that if that's
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
want.
yeah,
Do another
that, I would be
1,000, maybe
okay with that
1,500.
as well.
I can do that.
Yeah, just move 500 from one to the other.
So I know with City Hall, that general fund is, we did a lot of movement around, so if you have questions on like how that came about, definitely let me know. The other thing is there was a reduction in the repair and maintenance building, in that fund because last year we had budgeted for the tinted windows in City Hall. that got reduced, so, cause it was a one-time project. So, other than that, the biggest, I mean, in City Hall, the other thing is, like the insurance, other employee benefits, that's, all the internal departments, that's all of their insurance costs. So this is kind of a catch-all, but we are very diligent and we try, if we don't have to spend it, we won't, so. We try to keep this budget pretty minimal on increases, and there's a lot of decreases. And then this is also where the transfers are, so that's why it looks like overall there was a specific decrease, because the transfers are budgeted in this fund. And then one other change that the mayor did request is we increased the contingency amount. So usually we budget 250,000 for contingency. We increased that to 500,000 with a couple of nuances in that. Part of that being as part of the police discussion, we know that political protests are happening more on the plaza, and it's hard to budget for those. And so one of the ways that we kind of put aside additional money is that we would do for any political protests that they were having, that police had to respond to, they would code it to a specific task code. And then we would ask for reimbursement out of the contingency to help make police whole, instead of having them have it just absorb it in their overtime budget.
Clearly hoping that
We don't have to spend
use
it.
for any more protests, but to give some wiggle room so it doesn't punish them because they're just doing their job.
So that amount is there, it's increased, and contingency, as you know, only gets used at council's approval, so it's not something that me as the finance director can go and say, yeah, we have to use it this way. It really has to go through a resolution and go to council as an action item, not even a consent item. So that's why it doesn't get used. It's kind of a last resort, not a first resort. So, but I think the protest option is really a great use of trying to use it that way, to help really track those costs and see what the impact they are. So those are the changes in the city hall budget. The city buildings, this is where the changes, I know it looks very minimal, but that's because last year we had a one-time project budgeted in here, so took out the one-time project, added the increase for the veterans in this. And so with that, the overall increase in the city buildings is about 1,300, so not significant. But this is where the utilities for the Veterans Hall would be coded to. You can see that that budget went from 11,500 to 20,000 based off the data that we got from Terry. And then we've always had a budget, like I said, for the repair and maintenance of the Veterans Hall. They just haven't been using it, so it has been available. The capital fund. So this is mainly used for capital items for parks, cemetery, airport. Those are the main ones. IT is another one. So you can kind of see this is just a total increase. So the requests in the capital fund is very similar, very close to the revenue. There hasn't been any huge projects, but I have a list of the smaller projects that are not capital projects that you can see on the next page. So there's $25,000 for wayfinding. This originally was public art, and then after some discussions this week, was changed to wayfinding to help make sure to maintain the current wayfinding system that was installed by Destination Caldwell. There's also $50,000 in tree inventory for the forester. And then you did hear Haley talk about the CEC fund, and I moved some of those requests out of the CEC fund to decrease the transfer from general fund to CEC and move them into the capital fund. So that's where there's $8,000 for 16 permanent trash cans across the O'Connor Fieldhouse and Simplot Stadium. And then the $17,000, which was for some equipment, a sweeper that Ron had requested. So that was originally requested in the CEC budget in Fund 3, and I moved it to the capital budget to reduce that transfer from general fund. There's the 20,100 in the switches that Hosea talked about, and then $15,000 for a flatbed trailer for parks. And then per our agreements with Wolf Field and Simplot Stadium, we put $6,000 for each of those into Fund 56, which is kind of a holding fund, a capital improvement fund for Wolf Field and Simplot Stadium. So that $12,000 we budget every year to transfer over. So those are all things that are less than our $20,000 threshold. And then I've included all of the capital items that have been requested. I've given this to you before, but this is all the capital projects. But in Fund 50, in the capital fund specifically, there's $100,000 for the airport on projects. This could, we put this aside for two things, either the electrical project or for the runway expansion investment that they are looking for. So that is available for either of those projects. This year we had $100,000 budgeted, and they used that amount towards the electrical project, about 50,000 of it. So I try to work with departments to. They requested 750,000. I was not able to fund 750, but just 100,000. Other projects within the capital fund specifically are going to be parks. So there's a ground lawnmower for 118,000, and then a boiler for the pool at 100,000. That's still set aside. I have not heard a final determination on that, but that's still set aside. And then a walking mower for $20,000. And I believe that is all of the ones that are in capital.
Lynn, but Idaho Power could shut the airport down anytime because they've looked the other way on the electrical thing, and that's gotta be fixed. Otherwise, we're gonna be in deep trouble.
We definitely made some great improvements, but yeah, we have a little bit more to go.
Ray Lynn,
Yes.
this is kind of one of my pet things. We have $1.15 million in leased vehicles.
Yes.
So, but we don't have anything that says how many vehicles that is.
I apologize that I did not print that out for you guys. Let me send that to you, because I can tell you how that breakdown is. I apologize.
We got 1.15 million in vehicle leases. Is that vehicles we own?
So,
Being on lease, or what is that?
some of these are current leases that we're paying the second year on. Some of them are new leases, like, for police example, it's adding 10 more vehicles to their current lease, which I believe is 26. So,
That's kind of where I'm going is, again, this is a tight budget year, and we're adding 10 vehicles. But we didn't hear any discussion why we're adding 10 police vehicles.
the original request was 20, so it was reduced down.
I mean, are you
but
saying
yes.
adding or replacing?
Replacing. All of these are replacement. So anytime we do a lease vehicle is always going to be a replacement of a current vehicle in a fleet to get rid of an older one.
Okay, we're not adding additional.
We're not adding additional ones.
That makes a big difference.
I did not add any additional ones. I know that there was a couple departments that did request additional ones, but those I did not approve. So they
Okay,
didn't even get in the budget, so.
when you get a minute, if you send that out, I would
course.
appreciate
I
it.
apologize, I again.
I just, we see city vehicles everywhere these days, and I just wanna know what we're doing.
From total inventory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just what, you know,
Yes.
and you said we're citywide, we're not really adding additional vehicles?
We're not adding any, well, I would say the only additional vehicles that we're adding are gonna be, for example, the F-650 dump truck that's in impact fees for parks.
Okay.
That's a new vehicle, an addition, not a replacement, because that's the only way an impact fee can be used on that.
So
And then the fire apparatus for Station
when,
4.
when we replace 10 vehicles,
Mhm.
does our cost go up, or is it just this, I mean, are we gonna pay 1.1 million next year, or will it be more? I mean, does our cost continue to progress up? How does that work?
The more vehicles that we put on the leasing program, the cost would go up. But the reduction is going to be in maintenance, is what's going to happen. And the big thing is I think the leasing program has gotten us a lot of vehicles, especially for police. A lot of vehicles where they have newer vehicles. I worked with Damon this year. There were some vehicles, and they were not even that old. They were maybe 10 years old, but we were putting $10,000 or $12,000 in these vehicles just because they're so tight on vehicles and they can't afford the downtime. And so when I don't know what is a better fiduciary responsibility. Do we get a leased vehicle and equip it? And yeah, we're spending $100,000 over 5 years instead of $100,000 in 1 year. Or is it better to spend $12,000 every year to maintain an older vehicle? You know what I mean? There's a lot of sunk cost in that. And so I think that's the give and take of trying to determine what vehicles to replace and how many, because this is an ongoing liability. It's kind of like signing that 10-year contract. These are 5-year contracts that we have. And yes, can we give the vehicle back and give it back to Enterprise at any time? 100% we could. But then that's a reduction, and we've already sold off the one we replaced. So it's not like we have
Can't
another
really give them back, because if you do, you got nothing to drive.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's definitely pros and cons.
Yeah. Okay, I saw that number, I just kind of wanted to see where we're at.
Yes, I apologize, I have not given you an update on the total number of vehicles, so I'd be happy to provide that of what we currently have leased for and also what is being requested as replacement, so,
When you send our assets to ICRIP, all of these are on those assets, right?
yes.
Hey, Lynn, just real quick, 2 things. Things like the dump truck are not leased, correct? Those are
No,
purchased.
no. The dump truck is not leased. I mean, they can lease them, but there's certain times, like, there's certain vehicles that, especially when paying with impact fees, I'm not gonna lease using impact fees. Just because that doesn't necessarily make, granted, we did for fire apparatus, but that was $3 million all at once. That's not a dump truck.
Then the other question is, in our leasing, by leasing, even though it might be number-wise cheaper over a couple of years to pay for the maintenance, that maintenance is not just the maintenance, it's also the downtime, the possibility of it breaking down in the middle of the road, something like
All
that,
of that.
right?
Yeah. So all of these capital projects, they're budgeted for, they're approved in the budget, but as you know, it's always your determination to remove them, delay them. You know, always your discussion on that, so, that is the capital fund, as a total. Like I said, there's a lot with the capital fund, a lot of requests, that are coming in. But, we always look at like priorities and trying to figure out what's the best use. And if we can pay for it in impact fees, we're gonna pay for it in impact fees first. A new project that's not on here that's coming up for discussion that could possibly be added, before next budget, I'm trying to run the numbers on it, is going to be Lions Park. We have some funding, or we got a bid back for it, it's about 2.4 million. we're gonna use some CDBG's funds for it, and so we have to rebid anyway. But there was never an approved budget for it, and so we're not starting construction right now. But we're trying to look at funding sources to see if we can get it in the budget and can get that project started for fiscal year 27, because I know that park has been in progress for so many years, so. If you see it added, that's the reason why it's added, so. I did give you a line by line on finance and UB if you want them, and then facilities as well, just a brief overview on facilities. I don't think people realize facility oversees 27 buildings. And they've taken on doing all of the custodial ordering of supplies. So no department orders them, they do it for every single department. And so that's why that budget has gone up so much, is because they've just taken ownership of the custodial supplies so we can use the bulk buying. So that is the specific increase. And then we've redone a little bit. We realized that we require a lot of the law enforcement background facilities people, but they sometimes are not getting paid as much as even a facilities person that just can't even do law enforcement, go in the police department. And so we are looking at setting up a couple tiers. I've been working with Michelle on it, of doing like a custodian 1, 2, 3, and 4 that have certain job requirements. Because right now we just have one level and everybody's the same. But not everybody has the same amount of buildings or responsibilities or security policies in there. And so we're trying to really identify and help not grow that. We don't want to add more positions, but identify work duties and separation of duties that really help.
So Raylene, I got a question.
Yes.
So on the facilities line, about 2/3 of the way down, I see a specific line item for custodial.
Yes, that is the custodial supplies.
Was that
So
supplies?
that
Okay,
is
so it's
supplies.
not personnel, it's
Yeah.
custodial supplies. And there's been almost 100% increase in custodial supplies.
So what used to happen is, and the biggest, I will say the 100% increase is because of fire. Fire used to have this in their budget, that they were ordering all of their own custodial supplies and budgeting for it in their budget. So I've moved it out of fire's budget and into this budget.
Cost savings of the district.
So really tried to identify and bring it, budget things where they should be budgeted and not have it split among all these different departments. If we can try to make that happen. The other thing that's an increase in here that I identified is there's a request for software, $9,100 in software. There's no contract, but we demoed a software. So couple things since I've been overseeing facilities, especially with the turnover of the supervisor, is really understanding that there's a lot of requests that come in, but there was no accountability on getting those requests done. And so right now we have an email that all the requests come through email, and then we kind of do a double check. So the request comes in and then the person doing it replies when it's done. So that's the double check. There's no system that really, that's the current system. And so we were hoping to get a software that has a portal that everybody can put their items in, but then for specific custodial staff, they'll have tasks and checklists and inventory that'll be able to track everything. However, I have to talk with Haley because this might be a duplicated software, because she was telling me about her asset software, and I might be able to reduce this line item and be able to get facilities on their open gov asset management software, which then would create cost savings. So that's currently in there, but it might be reduced, So I guess those are all the budgets to present. I know I went through them very fast, and I know we've talked about a lot, but I think hopefully, even if it's not today and it's next week or in an email, if you can give me recommendations on new positions, I think that's a big one. The other one, I think I'm pretty clear on, but I just want to make sure is we are good on COLA and what we're doing with COLA with the 85 cents and moving forward with that. foregone and property tax. That discussion on what, if we're taking foregone, because that does change things, but I know a bigger discussion of that is gonna be the fire district and trying to decide that. So those are kind of the follow-up items that I think to help give me directions on how to finalize the budget. As you know, next Wednesday is my last day in the office. And so I wanna do as much as I can to help the city to move forward, and help get this budget complete as much as possible. But I don't wanna put pressure on you, so if it's something that needs to wait until after next Wednesday, I've talked to everybody, there'll be a proposal in your guys' email about, you know, me being available. There's gonna be some different options. It's not gonna be me here, but it will be me available, so. If you feel you need the time and more discussion, that's okay too.
Raylene, we've talked about a lot of stuff with regards to income, expenses and stuff. When will we get the fee schedule? When will we get all of the city's fees? Because I think we're overlooking an important part of bridging our budget gap by looking at the fees that we charge. Either, I mean, the cost of doing business for the city is going up.
Yeah.
And we're in this difficult situation of making a balanced budget. We really balance the budget without looking at the total amount of fees that we're collecting?
Well, July 9th is the workshop on the fees, where departments are supposed to be presenting all of their fee proposals to you, whether they're increases of, you know, so with fees, there's a public notice notification when we pass in that anything above 5% has to have a public hearing. So we have that public hearing on August 11th, the same time that we have our budget hearing. But the fee workshop is really to get your guys' feedback on if that's really the increase that you want on those. Or, you know, if we look at every year, we look at new fees, we look at what can we add, if there's something that we can add, not to nickel and dime customers, but for the services we're providing, is there a fee that can help cover that cost? So July 9th is that date, where departments will be presenting their fees. And so those fee recommendations are already included in the revenues. But if it's something that you guys decide you want to see a higher fee, then that would have a positive increase on revenues.
So, do you have a tentative date at all on when we would have the fire districting workshop?
We'll get that, try and get you some dates tomorrow. Got an email, thread going, just need to get moving on this, and then Chief had talked about bringing some other folks in, because we want to make sure you have the accurate picture based upon some of the requests with NAMPA and such, so we'll get that. Is there a particular day of the week and a time of the day that would be most preferable? You want 2 hours, do you want up to 4 hours? And if we do less, then we leave early.
Yeah, it needs to be long enough to make sure we get everything done. I don't wanna rush it.
I thought about at least 4 hours, at least a 4-hour block.
And I'm told the NAMPA finance director who's there today was the same one that was there when
He
they did
was.
this district move.
Doug Racine was there, yeah.
Yeah, so he would know the numbers.
And you believe that, or I think you said earlier, this is the correct email, about someone that's also available to us?
Oh, Michael Keith, as he's our municipal advisor. He has a lot of guidance on, especially the questions about debt, what's gonna happen. So I think he's a great person to bring in to really answer those questions and be able to help facilitate some of that portion for us, so.
I'll get that out tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just, boy, we're getting down to the
Well,
wire.
this new date is even,
Yes.
Can we not do it on Tuesday, cause I like going to the council on Tuesday?
touche. We'll avoid a Tuesday, was morning or afternoon to evening preferable. All right, anything else? Stretch our legs and go home for the evening. Thank you everyone for listening today, and thank you, council.